All right, I think I'm live. If you can hear me and if I sound good, hit that number 1, please. Travis, Mark, Kevin, Jim, Steve. All right. Well, excuse me. There it is. Welcome, everybody, to July 31st. The year is 2025, and I don't know where July went. I could have sworn that just yesterday I was hearing fireworks going off, and it was the 4th of July, and now it's almost August. School is about to be back in session. I have no idea where time went. Yes, thank you, Steve, for the reminder. Hit that like button if you've been here before. Friendly reminder to hit it. If you've never been here before, it's great to have you. No worries about hitting the like button. I totally understand. You don't know if you're going to like what you see here, but if you've been here before and you do know that you're going to like what you see, friendly reminder to hit that like button. But yes, time is flying, and today was it was quite the open. This is one of those where I'm not quite sure if this is the case for you. Let me know. But I don't know. Is it possible to have kind of a type of morning, or is it like this movement here was either really good for you or really bad for you? I'm not quite sure. There's an in-between ground. It was either you crushed it or you got crushed, and if you did get crushed, I hope that you were and are in a prop firm so that the crushing wasn't like thousands of dollars of your own money. Hey, Donovan, good morning. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe for some of you, you're like, no, I kind of came out right around break even, or I kind of came out neutral. I don't know. Because this, especially this one right here, out of the opening gates, I mean, what was that now that I think about it? So let's just call it 50. Yeah, I mean, that was almost a 100-point move. We'll call it 80 points. Blew my account this morning. Yeah, no worries. Well, pretty sure, Kevin, your account means a prop firm account, which I'm glad to hear that, as not opposed to I made 818 on that move, 2.5 point scalp, and 1. Nice job, Ahmed. Yeah, that seems, like I said. Ronald, hello. But yeah, I don't know if there's, like I said, any in-between ground. For me, that treated me well. That is where the majority of that came from. In fact, I think that was 4 separate trades. I just kept scalping it on the way down. I don't quite remember, but either 3 or 4 trades in that opening 2 minutes brought me to that right there. So it was a very scalp morning, but boy, oh boy, with moves like that, the scalps add up in a hurry. Yep, prop account and requested a payout yesterday, so it already paid for. Oh, nice, Kevin. Very good. Well, on that note, if you're not yet aware, I'm sure I'll be talking about this quite a bit, but Take Profit Trader is running a flash sale right now. Super, super good deal where you could literally get a pro account ultimately for $0. It's a very good deal, and it's not going to last. I think I've heard anywhere between a week and 10 days, so I don't want to come across like it's expiring in the next hour. But it is certainly, they've made it known, not going to last forever because, I mean, this is a business model. They would go out of business if this lasted for too long because pretty much you get the 40% off, you get no activation fee, and then if you pass that account and then you take upon your first payout request, they'll refund you back the test. So like I said, if you purchase the 50K for 102, the 102 will be refunded back to you on that first withdrawal. So quite literally, you could have your ROI could be insane because your eventual risk would be $0 because you got everything paid back. So literally everything is pure profit. So a great deal right now on Take Profit Trader. If you are not yet aware of that, that is the prop firm that I use, that I recommend because they are a clean set of rules, have a great payment policy, and then when you run deals like this, I mean, come on, and people have been reporting that their customer service is back to how it was before they had an explosion in growth. So they have the great customer service. So a lot to like from Take Profit Trader. But yeah, this is a smoking hot deal where quite literally you could have a free account because they will refund you back your test fee, assuming, of course, that you pass and then get that first payout. So really a good deal. So just be made aware of that. And if you want to get that deal, support the channel, use code Clay. Ahmed, it was off. I recorded that on video, so that'll be a live trade video on the YouTube channel at some point, Ahmed. So you'll see how it all played out in a future video. But yes, and then this trend line here, I did not take it, but for anybody wondering, Clay, how does your private community work? Here's just a quick little example of that. So I mapped out that trend line right there, said that's the trend line I'm watching. So not that members blindly follow, but that's what I had in for the private community members. So for any of you private community members that did take that break right there, took a little bit of patience as it kind of chopped around, but yeah, now you're getting paid pretty nicely, assuming you're still holding. So any members that did take that trade, congratulations to you. That's great to see. And yeah, right now, just watching 5 minute. I'm curious about here on the, let's get this over to the MNQ. But right now on the 5 minute, we are sitting down here at this pivot point, that brown line. So a very real credible threat to the bears, that is, of a bounce. Obviously, if you're bullish, that would not be a threat. That would be what you would want to see. But if you are bearish, then yeah, we have a threat right now of a potential bounce point because that is a pivot point. So that's kind of why I'm not going short right now, but I'm also not quite convinced to go long because, let's face it, this is quite the slow and steady bleed. So I'm in one of those kind of SOH sit on hand moments right now. Hello, Jay Zev. Hey, we're doing good in the like department already. Can we get at least 2 more? Let's get us up to 20, 25, and then we're already halfway to 50. So we are doing fantastic in the like department. I'm thinking this seems like this stream has some good potential here. But yeah, if you have not yet, hit that like button. And let's see if we can keep this party moving. But so if you're thinking of getting long right now, I would not call you crazy at all. Especially you can have a tight little, well, relatively tight. Because on a day like today, now if you think about it, either yesterday or a couple days before, we were looking at the space between these two numbers, and the space between these two numbers was 5 points. Right now, the space between these two numbers is not 5, it is 20. So that right there in and of itself tells you we're looking at an extra spicy day today. Donovan, my thoughts are you need to do a lot more learning. I can tell you're new because that's a very dangerous question. How is that a dangerous question, you may ask? How can I tell that you're new? Because you don't know how to properly ask that question, and you literally just open yourself up to a dangerous situation. What do I mean? Well, Donovan, let's say you're asking about FIG from an investor standpoint, but I just assume you're asking about it from a day trader standpoint. So I give you my thoughts from a day trader angle. That's actually very irrelevant, very dangerous information to you. Or I don't know, maybe you're asking about it from a day trading standpoint, but I assume you're asking about it from an investment standpoint. So I give you all these thoughts from an investing angle. That's very dangerous, very irrelevant information to you. So the mere fact you didn't know to provide context. So if you just said, hey, Clay, I'm an investor looking to hold for the next few months or few years. What are your thoughts on FIG? Okay, that sounds good. Hey, Clay, day trader, I like to use the 2 minute and the 5 minute time frames. What are your thoughts on FIG? Okay, that makes more sense. But when you just say, what are your thoughts on FIG? Super, super dangerous. So my thoughts are, don't do anything with FIG. You need to be focusing more on your learning right now because you're getting too far ahead of yourself. All right, still, like I said, I'm not doing anything right now because 5 minutes still putzing around this pivot point right here. So shorting seems very scary, but I mean, eek. To go long right here kind of seems like catching a knife, and that seems kind of sketchy. So I'm going to remain just sitting on my hands here, and we'll see what happens. But that's, for me right now, I'm in an SOH moment. But this is the vast majority of what trading should be, SOH, sitting on hands. I understand the logic seems to suggest I'm a trader, therefore I need to be trading. And if I'm not trading, therefore I'm doing something wrong. But no. I would say there's something wrong if you are constantly trading. If you're putting on trades every 2 minutes, you're probably over trading, you're probably forcing trades. Because the vast majority of trading is just waiting for the right setup, being patient. Yep, I caught some of the flush at the open. That is true. You know, I need to, if I'm going to like recap anything, I really do need to wait till 11. Because that is technically when I said I would start. So like, I kind of want to be like, hey, Emmy, I already addressed that. But in Emmy's defense, he would say, what are you talking about? I'm still 2 minutes early. So yeah, if I'm going to address stuff like that, I should probably wait till 11. That way I can rightfully say, hey, to the person, be on time, and you know the answer to that. So yes, that was it. So I'll probably go over that again, just to be fair to the people that are still technically not even late. I mean, if for the people showing up right now, they are technically early. Oh, nice, 34 likes. All right, today's going to be a good day. I can feel it. But yes, here, glad I did not go long for that reason. But yeah, to still go short right there, like I said, because that pivot point was too scary also. I was thinking from a day trader perspective. It's supposed to hit market today. Well, like I said, Donovan, you not knowing to tell me that up front tells me that you are getting way too far ahead of yourself. So I would encourage you to just do more learning at this point. You are too new still. And I don't say that as an insult. We all start off being new. So there's nothing wrong with being new. It becomes wrong when you're new and then you start to get ahead of yourself. And based on that question, I can say with a lot of certainty, you are too far ahead of yourself. Hey, Craig, hello. Now, maybe, just maybe, I will probably try to catch a falling knife down around here. This orange line is the previous session's close. That pink line right there is the overnight low. So I could see myself, because I can get a nice little risk profile. So I might try to catch the knife down there, but that is still quite a bit of a fall. But that would also suggest quite a bit of overextension. So, good, Donovan. I'm glad you did not take insult to that, because no insult was meant. And props to you for taking it as it was intended. Sometimes I give people that answer and they get all offended. But that was not you, Donovan. So shout out to being an adult and just taking that as I intended it, just to kind of help you out. Marks FX, hello, Sam, good morning. What's your insights for gold? Again, I'm not going to answer that because I just did Mark F, but I just gave Donovan my answer to that. A very dangerous question. So my thoughts for you are, don't worry about gold right now. Focus more on learning, because you have way more learning to do. Because that's a very dangerous question you just asked Mark's FX. Very dangerous. But like I said, I literally just explained it. I don't feel like going through that answer all over again. But just realize that dangerous question. So for you right now, I say you need to focus more on learning. Easy to roast an account today. Yes. All right, well, really quickly, I'll kind of go over what I did since it is officially 11. So this was what I said would be the start time. But this gain right here came from, I think, I want to say 4 trades. This is a 2-minute candle. So within 2 minutes, I made, I think, 4 separate trades, just scalped it on the way down. That ended up nice. And I did capture all that live on video. So for those of you that watch the live trade videos on YouTube, you'll be able to see that in action if you want. But yeah, this morning I don't think there's any in-between ground. I don't think there's anybody out there who was like, it was a kind of average day. It was kind of a break even. It seems like this was either you crushed it today, you made all kinds of great gains, or you got crushed today. And if you did get crushed, hopefully that was within the context of a prop firm, because this was this opening 2 minutes was like an 80-point drop. And then I could see that right there, maybe suckering in some longs, thinking it was done. And then I would assume they got stopped out. And then maybe suckering in some more longs. I even started to suggest, hey, is this some sort of bottom? Because I was looking and saying, okay, there's a low. Okay, that low didn't actually get too dramatic before starting to come back up. And then that one rolled back over. And then, so like I said, I'm not quite sure. Maybe you're somebody here that's like, no, actually today was pretty middle ground for me. But I think a lot of people are either sitting pretty or they like I said, assuming they were in prop firm. Hopefully they were in prop firm world. They're just resetting some accounts. But I'm not quite sure there's any middle ground with mornings like today, because this morning was absolutely bonkers. Bonkers. Also, in kind of a weird way, a good time for the new deal, that take profit. So I know I was just talking about it, but it is a super, super legitimately good deal. I know everybody's like, it's a good deal. So the 40% off and no activation fee is already a good, solid deal, but they just announced today a flash sale. It's going to last, I think, right around a week. And then you also get your test So you get your pretty much original price refunded back to you. So if you pass the test, once you get into the pro account and then you request the payment, they will refund that back. So you could quite literally have a pro account ultimately for $0. You could be quote unquote all in with $0 at risk because you get that refunded back to you. So at the top of the screen is talking about that 102. So you could pay the 102, get the 50K account, and then, like I said, pass, and then on your first payout request, they will refund you back that 102. So then quite literally you are at $0. So truly, truly a legitimately good deal. Not going to be around forever because if you stop and think about it, that's a deal that they can't run forever because, I mean, that could bankrupt them, right? Like to have a bunch of customers that have literally zero, that have essentially free accounts at the end of the day, that's not going to really be a viable business model. But so yes, be made aware of that. And today, like I said, a good day to start that with this sort of action here because, like I said, got to think this probably roasted quite a few people. If you pass within a month, well, I would hope you pass within a month because that's what I always say. Aim to pass within a month. But I don't say anything about this means if you were. No, it's just a hypothetical. This means if you were to pass your test in the first month without a reset and take a withdrawal, you'd essentially be getting pro. I disagree with that word essentially. You would be getting a pro account for $0. No, ME, come on. It's not if, it's just a saying. Yeah, no, they're just saying hypothetical. They don't want to lie. Because, yes, they're right. It would not be a pro account for $0 if it takes you 3 months to pass and then you have to make 3 payments. But that's why I always say here, aim to pass the test within a month so that you don't have to pay that monthly fee any more than one time. That's just what they're saying. But they're not saying it has to be within a month. You could take 6 months and you'll still get that original amount back to you. But at that point, you wouldn't be at $0. Hey, let's set a new, I think this would be a new record. Let's get 4 more likes. Let's get this up over 50 likes within the opening 20 minutes. That would be a great start to the stream. Okay, all right. Now we're getting a little spicy here. I guess I'll get rid of that line. I don't think it's going to be, but is this a dead cat bounce? I think I'm going to wait for it to get a little closer to that green line there, which is the 21 EMA. You can see it hasn't always been totally clean. But eventually the 21 EMA, it's almost like it's got a magnet and plays jokes, right? It's like it lets the price get above it, and then 21 EMA is like, just kidding. Activates magnet, back down the price goes. Once again, lets the price get up above it. Hey, just kidding. Activates magnet, back down the price goes. Just kidding, back down it goes. And then right there, it just basically flat out rejected it. So yeah, I'm gonna watch and see if this thing wants to get up a little closer to the 21 EMA, and then I'll be interested in a potential short. So we'll see if it can get up to that level, but that's what I'm looking at right now. Let's see if it can work its way up to that 21 EMA. And then maybe get a nice short. And even if it doesn't work out, if I do it right, I'll have a very tight risk profile. I feel like they will make a ton of money on the degens. I mean, everybody makes money on degens. Like, tell me somebody that doesn't make money on degens, whether that's a casino or a gas station that sells lottery tickets or, a prop firm or just the market as a whole. I mean, you are a money-making machine if you are a degen. I mean, think about it. Like, if you're a drug dealer and you have some degen user, I mean, they're going to bring a lot of money to your bottom line. So yes, everybody makes money from degens, no matter what you're doing. If you can get a degen, you're going to make money. Well, so much for thinking it could come back up to that 21 EMA as it now rolls right back over. Now, to try to play I'm going to try the double bottom. Well, a potential double bottom. I have no idea if this will be a double bottom, but I'll give it a whirl. I'm going to buy right there. Put a stop right there. So yeah, we'll see if this does want to give some sort of double bottom here. Super risky trade though. Actually, you know what? Let me first see if it wants to show me some strength. So if it comes down here and starts to build me out a hammer, I will be more interested. But yeah, I'm not going to just try to catch the falling knife blindly. I'm not sure why you emailed me that, Emmy. I mean, like I said, the statement that you highlighted there, buddy, is literally them being like brutally honest about the math. Yeah, that doesn't, I'm not sure what that was supposed to tell me. Like I said, that's why I say pass within a month. And if you pass within a month, then you will have a $0 pro account. Hey, Bart, good to see you. All right, I'm liking this. It'd be beautiful if we could get a nice little tiny hammer right around here. If I go 53. All right, yeah. This is a big space. So, I mean, really, in all actuality, 2 micros could be plenty. Yeah, I'm going to go long at the green line and then put my stop. Yeah, wow, that's still a 18-point stop. Holy smokes, I'm barely down there. 18-point stop. It is spicy today. So, yeah, no need to go with even 5 MNQ on a day like this. 2 could suffice. Again, looking to get long at that green line. Stop will be the low. So, yeah, trying to see if this is maybe some sort of double bottom, but a higher risk trade because, I mean, the trend is still very clearly down. Okay, I'm in. Oh, come on. Put a sell up there for my first allotment. This PA really confusing me. Really? I think today's action has been pretty straightforward, in my opinion, at least. And maybe going to get stopped out here. Looking like it. Hanging on by the skin of my teeth, but not looking like this is going to be the double bottom moment here. Nope, and out. So that's what happens. You try to go against the trend. That's what happens. Muhammad. Hey, good morning, Muhammad. I recognize you from yesterday. And that's why you also want to have a stop in there, kids, because that loss would be getting worse and worse right now. So, nope, that was not any kind of double bottom. Now, would I have taken that trade if I was not already up 1350? Probably not. Probably not. But still made sense. I still had a good risk reward. If that was some sort of bottom, that I would have been just fine. But that's all right. That's all right. 448 is lower pivot point on 5 minute. Roger that. Hey, Nero, good morning. Today you opened a 50K account. Fantastic. Now the most important question, did you use code Clay, Muhammad? Did you use code Clay? That is by far the most important question. Did you use code Clay? You did. Oh, well, then my kids are going to eat great tonight. Thank you for feeding hungry children, because my kids are hungry. But also, congrats on locking in a very, very good deal. I remember they did this deal, like, I don't know, 8 or 9 months ago. Didn't last long, but it is a very spicy deal. Very, very good deal. And you know that because I get it. A lot of people are like, it's a flash sale, and then the flash sale lasts for like 8 months. But like this is a flash sale where if you assume and operate under the premise that this is a company that wants to remain in business, then it's got to be a flash sale because, like I said, the deal right now potentially gives them $0 in revenue. So yes, if you are not aware, Take Profit Trader is not only doing the 40% off, not only the zero activation fee, but they will refund you back your test fees. So if you get everything done within that month, you will be at a $0 pro account. You will have zero risk into it. Is the deal for all types of securities? No. Take Profit Trader is only futures. But Sam, that's all you need, my friend. All you need is futures. Futures make stocks and options and crypto and Forex look like paint drying. But Clay, have you never seen a 0DT option? I have. They make them look like paint drying. Clay, have you never seen a low float short squeeze? I have. Again, futures make them look like garbage. And then you factor in the prop firm and the numbers just become very favorable. Especially if you start to do ROI calculations, it's just not even close. So I don't know who, I'm going to try to make fun of myself a little bit, but I did this video earlier because a lot of people try to like nitpick, well, you have to split your profits. But in this video, I showed how that's irrelevant, how even with the payout splits, it's fine. But then since this video, I got a couple more payouts, including today. So like down here, you'll see that this is my what I would call my racehorse, my pro account. So I am eligible now to request $510, which I will be doing at the end of the day. So $510, and then all of this is from that same account. So what I'm just trying to get at is that my ROI is growing and growing and growing with every little payout, even if it's $500. The ROI calculation is just going bonkers right now. So if you have not yet watched that video, and if your one critique is, well, geez, Clay, I'm not going to do a prop firm because you don't get to keep 100% of your gains. It doesn't matter. Check out the video. It does not matter. The math, the way ROI is calculated don't matter. All right. I did mention earlier that I would try to catch a falling knife here, and I'm going to try again. So let's see if I can get a gain here. Let's see. Buy. Put my stop down a little bit. These are crazy stops. This is what, like a 15-point stop, and it's like yesterday, this would have been maybe like a 7-point stop, if that, this distance. So again, I'm going to try to catch the knife here at, let's go down a little bit more. There we go. Look for a little fake break of the previous session close. Stop is down below the overnight low. Again, this is a total knife catch. So be aware. Risky trades when you're trying to catch knives. Okay. Green line again is my entry. Or my attempted entry, I should say. Red line down here is my stop. So even if I'm wrong, it's not like it's a huge risk, but let's see. There's got to be a bounce somewhere around here, right? This is just red. But no, there does not have to be. Nothing has to happen in the market. There are no guarantees. But I think there's a reasonable chance that it could. All right, or is it just going to bounce off the previous session close, which is that orange line there? The white line is just the low of the day. So the price can never get below the white line because that's just always going to be the low of the day. Okay, here we go. Getting close to that green line. Uh-oh, I basically bounced right off it. All right, I'm going to lower it down a little bit more. Again, I'm doing small size, but small size on a day like this can actually add up very, very quickly. Because it is so spicy out there today. Look at that. Right off of the previous session close. Beautiful bounce. Well, we'll see what happens. But as of now, looking like my entry point was slightly off. Would love to see a nice little hammer here form, doji, and then have the next candle start to come down a little bit. This candle's got to be getting close to being done moving. There we go. All right, yeah. Now let's see it come straight down. What I don't want to see happen is if it comes up and then comes down. At that point, I'm not interested. But if it just wants to drop straight down from here, I would be interested. So if it pokes its head up here too much and then comes down, I don't like that setup anymore. But as of now, if it just wants to come right back down to me, I like it. I like it. And the chat is all quiet all of a sudden. It's freaking me out. Come on, yesterday we had such a chatty chat box. Let's be a chatty chat box once again. All right. Doggone it. Yep, all right. Now I don't like it if the price comes back down to me. 1 minute candles are doing 10-point moves. Yeah, that's what I mean, Bart. As I pointed out earlier, if you were here yesterday or the past couple of days, the distance between these two numbers over here was like 5 points. Now you look at the distance between these two numbers and it's 20 points. So that tells you how spicy today actually is. But yeah, I am no longer interested in a long if it comes back down because, yeah, I'm not looking to buy into the type of candle that I'm staring at right now. If anything, but I'm too scared to short too. Like, is this thing really going to, look how overextended it is, even within the overall move. Is it really going to push down through these key supports? I mean, maybe, but I don't know. It seems like a coin flip at this point. And as a trader, I don't think we should be taking coin flips. We need to have an edge, and a coin flip is not an edge. 50-50 is not an edge, folks. So if you're like, this looks like it's a coin flip, then that would tell you that that's not a trade. Yes, Muhammad, very fast moving. Is this your first time trading futures, Muhammad? Out of curiosity. Hey, we're doing great on that like button. If you are enjoying, make sure to hit that like button. If you're new around here, I don't know how long I'll stream for because it's all based off of are people still interested and enjoying. And I gauge that via the like button. So as long as the like button continues to increase, then we'll keep the stream going. I think yesterday was like 4 hours and I don't remember what it was, 4 hours and like 25 minutes. So I mean, I got a lot of wind in these lungs. We'll keep it going, but I also need to make sure that people are enjoying. So if you are enjoying and if you want to keep the party going, then you play a role in that by hitting that like button. All right. Look at that. Right off of the orange line. You can't make this stuff up. That's one of those areas where I think it's worth at least experimenting with. Again, that line there was the previous session's close. I don't know why, but the market seems to kind of care about that level. So you get that, and you could argue that all charting is just self-fulfilling prophecies, which is fine. But there does seem to be a lot of self-fulfilling prophecies that revolve around that. Right when I close the long, it pumps 20 points. Come on, Bart. What made you close the long? You get stopped out somewhere around here? What a day. I was done an hour ago. Look where it is. Yeah, it's been a day, that's for sure. Oh, stop loss? Well, it is what it is. It happens. Good job having a stop loss in. I promise in the bigger picture, you'll be happy you have the stop loss. But yes, when you look at things individually, in terms of not the whole, it can get frustrating. But try to stay focused on the whole, the big picture. Not individual pictures, the big picture. Has anybody ever seen those pictures that are made up of a bunch of smaller pictures? Give me a 5. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Like it's an image, but then you look super close and the image is actually made up of a bunch of other images. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Because if not, my analogy is not going to make any sense. And I don't even know if it makes sense because it literally just popped in my mind, but I'm going to give it a whirl. Okay. That's kind of what trading is. Trading is an image made up of a bunch of smaller images. So if you get too focused on one of those images and you get all bitter about it, no, don't do that. Look at the big picture. Look at the overall picture made up of all those other images. Like I said, I think that works. I'm not quite sure, but that like I said, that analogy just popped into my head. But I think that illustrates what I'm getting at here. Because Bart, right now, you're all focused, my stop loss got me, darn, and you're all upset. You're looking at a single picture. Don't do that. Within all those pictures, you'll be glad you had that stop loss. I am in the break-even stage of trading, and it took me 3 years. How longer do you think it will? How long? I have no idea. I know nothing about your situation. I know nothing about what you're doing. So yeah, impossible for me to say. That is the whole idea. And I'm not trying to, they brought it up, all right? So don't throw, but like that is part of the mentorship program, right? That's the stuff where I can help you try to nail that stuff down. But yeah, from the information that you have given me, which is essentially zero, I have no idea. All I can really, I mean, of course, you're welcome to join the mentorship, but if not, all I can really say is hopefully it's sooner than later. If it comes back down here now, I think I got to give I got to give it another try. Maybe this is finally some sort of bottom. So we'll either have me looking kind of smart, or we'll have a real-time lesson of this is why you probably shouldn't continue to try to catch bounces or catch bottoms in a downtrend. But again, just from an overarching standpoint, the reason why I'm willing to take these a little riskier trades is because I'm doing fine. So it would be very, very hard for me to give back all these gains today. So I'm confident that I can manage things where that doesn't happen. Trading, just like running, can be a great analogy for life. Trading more so for risk management, running in terms of endurance. I hear you, Jocko. Hello, Malik. I can pass account. Well, yeah, I don't know, Allie. I don't know. I don't know what your strategy is. I know nothing about you. So yeah, the best I can do for you is I don't know. 3 green and reverse is playing now. Okay, so how do you make money from that, Deepak? Give us a trade plan. Give us your entry, your stop, and your target. But like that's sort of a broad statement, and we try to avoid those broad statements, Deepak. So yeah, let's take that broad statement, that description, and let's actually make it practical. So how would you make money from what you just said? Again, give us your entry point, your target, and your stop. And then we'll be able to see exactly what you're seeing. All right, we'll see if it wants to come down a little bit more. I'll probably look to, not probably, I will. I'm going to look to see if it wants to at least act strong. And if it does, try to buy it as it heads back up, and then I can throw my stop down below the low of whatever that movement is. But step one is I want to first see it kind of come down around this general area and then start to show me some signs of strength. Come on, Deepak, we're waiting. 3 green and reverse is playing now. Okay, I don't know what that means. Can you got to give us some values. Market is getting short at 513. Stop loss is at 5. Okay. All right. How many contracts, Mark? 5 minutes until bill auction. Oh, there's still news coming? Thank you, Jeff. I had no idea. I don't know if the market cares about bill auction reports. Maybe they do. I don't know. 5? Roger that. 5 MNQ, Mark? A little suspicious. You didn't tell me what kind of contract. You dirty, dirty, sneaky dog. All right. MNQ. All right. All right. Looks like Mark is filled. Okay. 520 stop. All right. So I'm rooting for this thing to come on down. Oh, looks like Mark was stopped. I think, maybe. Yes. No, not stopped? Okay. Very close then. Super, super close. Okay, now you got stopped. Yeah, on a day like today, a 7-point stop is very tight. Because, I mean, you look at this distance right here. This distance from here to here, not a big distance at all, but that distance is worth 20 points. So just keep that in mind. To not necessarily Mark, but just everybody. From $400 to blowing 5 combine and thumbs up, I have managed to recover all this, and now I am $450 to pass. Good job, Vicus. I'm only going to delete your message just because I don't like that prop firm. So I don't want their name in here. But yes, good job, Vicus. That's the only reason why. And I know you meant nothing malicious by it, so no problem. But yeah, that's why. Why did my message? That is why. Not a fan. Not a fan. I'll just leave it at that. All right, I might be interested in a short here. We'll get short at that red line if it wants to come back down. Even that little distance is 11-point stop. Nutsos. Now, if it pushes up through that crosshair, my risk profile is going to be too big. Yep, and it just did, so I got to cancel that out. All right. Let's see if we can cook something up here at the 21 EMA. A track record of this thing rejecting the price down. Does that mean it'll reject it back down again? Of course not. No guarantees. But is it? Am I being plausible to think that it could? I think I'm being a reasonable person. Like I said, if there is no track record of this area ever rejecting the price, then yeah, you could accuse me of being a little crazy. Why would you think that's going to knock the price back down? It's never done it before, but in this situation, it has done it many times. So again, does that mean it'll do it again? No. But am I being reasonable? I think so. Not going to get into it, Bart. We're a take profit trader here, Bart. So should I start or long on the news dropping right now? I don't know, Leon. I don't know anything about you, buddy. I know nothing about your risk tolerance, your strategy. I don't know anything, so I have no idea what you should be doing. What I do know, though, is that you need to have a strategy so you can answer that question all on your own. All right, let's see. Okay, I'm short. Just a very basic premise. Is it going to get rejected off the 21 EMA or is it not? Nothing fancy here. Let's see if it wants to come down some. Blue line is my entry. Trying to go with the trend here. Draw a trend line. Hey, Deepak, we're still waiting for your answer. Give us some numbers, buddy. Draw a trend line. That doesn't do anything. That doesn't answer anything. How would you make money, Deepak? Give us your entry point, your stop, and your target. Okay? Are you not going to give me that initial? Are you serious? Well, I tried to take some profit on my first one right there. Didn't fill me. That's not a good sign. Apparently, I was too slow. So far, 21 EMA is acting as resistance, but it's on the chart, Rob. It's all on the chart. All right, I'm going to adjust this down a little bit now. Let's see if we can get this thing to... If this does come back down, that'd be a good sign for me. But right now, I'm not feeling so great about it. All right, Deepak. I'm about to put you in timeout. If you're one of these people that's just going to armchair a quarterback, make broad statements, my mind can't deal with it. If you notice around here, many people in the chat have mapped out actual trade plans, Deepak. They've given an entry, they've given a stop loss, and they've given a target. But if you're just going to armchair quarterback everything, going to have to put you in timeout. And I'm about to get stopped out and out there. All right, well. Generally not always if the 10-year treasury hits for when the market sells off because, oh yeah, I mean, yes, generally you're right. But generally is a very wide creating room. No problem, Rob. Hey, Loyal Wiz, good morning. Tom thinks this afternoon will be bullish. We'll see. I mean, it's definitely been bearish. So if your thesis is we're going to look at kind of a big picture V-shaped recovery on the day, then you're right. Shorts such as myself, like I took on that one, disciplined shorts, we'll get those paper cuts for sure. Undisciplined shorts will not have a good day. Five-minute approaching that pivot point. Is that going to be a rejection area? Maybe. Yeah, this morning was good. Yep. It was good indeed. Right now, I tried to catch a falling knife. That didn't work out. And then I tried to look for something like this to continue on with the trend, but I got stopped out right there. That didn't work, but that's all right. All small little risk profiles. Okay, Deepak. I'm going to go ahead and put you in timeout because you refused to do something very simple. So I'm going to put you in timeout again. The reason being, you're just sitting here armchair quarterbacking. You're not putting any sort of anything by what you're saying. I want a culture of people that don't sit back, armchair quarterback, make a bunch of broad statements. I want people that, even if you don't take the trade, at least map some things out so we can judge how things played out. So you're going to go in timeout now. I've given you several warnings. We'll put you in timeout for, we'll go 30 minutes, okay? Day one payout coming on TPT, $900. Nice, Nathan. I love it. I love it. Good job, Nathan. Yeah, you're a scumbag though, Nathan. You beat me by 400. I got, at the end of the day, I don't know. Maybe now I should trade this. I got to beat Nathan. I got to try to get, maybe I should try to get this up. What did you say? 900. All right. Maybe I should try to get that number up over 900 so I can beat Nathan on the day. But that would be ego trading. I'm not quite sure I'm not sure that's a good motivation to keep on trading so I can beat so-and-so. But he beat me. He's up for a $900 payout. I'll be getting 510. So, scumbag Nathan. Why you got to do that to me? Are you in, Mark? Long 560. Did you adjust something? What did I miss, Mark? How are you in this? Yeah, that must have been a different trade. But you said long 560. This is 560. What am I missing? You must have changed the trade plan. Oh, short. Short. Ah, that would make sense because you did say your stop loss was above. Good job, Mark. Yeah, great trade. Had that thing rolled over, who knows how big that gain could have been. Good job getting yourself in the sweet spot. Was 800 from passing 2 100K evals. Now I'm 2,400. My day is not. Well, yeah. Tick, no talk. Keep your head up. Keep managing that risk. Hey, we're going to try to set a record. Can we get 21 more likes in the next 12 minutes? I don't know if we've ever been at 100 likes by the hour mark. Maybe we have. I can't remember. But either way, if you're enjoying, hit that like button. Let's try to get this thing up to 100 likes. And then we will be already halfway to the key mark. The key mark to keep the stream going beyond the 3-hour mark is 200 likes. So if we can get up to 100 likes now, at this point, then that gives us 2 hours to get up to that 200 like mark. And then at that point, the live stream will carry beyond the 3-hour mark. So, I mean, we're doing well. But if you have not yet, hit that like button. It makes the difference. Okay, short here. See if we can get this thing to come back down. Hey, Lawafo, good to see ya. Blue line is my entry. Hey, Laura Croft, where have you been? What in the world? Where have you been? Am I? All right, if I get stopped out here, I'm going into the 15-minute penalty box. 15-minute timeout because something has shifted in my trading all of a sudden. Again, if this is a losing trade, I am going into the 15-minute timeout box. How did I not get stopped out there? There's no way I survived this. All right, I am in the timeout box. Somebody keep track. You know what? No, this is absolutely ridiculous. Oh. Okay, now, yeah, for sure. I literally just stopped myself out at the pivot point. That was a terrible location to put my stop. Because this could very well be the rejection point. All right. I've officially entered into, to pat myself on the back a little bit, after a beautiful start to the day, I am apparently in moron mode. So we're going to see if moron mode can pass. So 30 minutes, I'm in the timeout box. So it is 11, let's just call it 11:40 so I can do the math easier. So 12:10 p.m. Eastern, I may trade again. But I am in the penalty box to try to weed out the moron mode that I've entered into. I am officially 0 for 3 on the live stream. Yesterday started off, again, I don't want to, pat myself on the back, but yesterday I started off beautifully. First two trades I was in the sweet spot. Everything was looking great. But today, absolute not impressive at all. So I am in the penalty box now. Yeah, no, I am. Right. I'm not like upset, but I have to be honest with myself. Something's off all of a sudden. Something is off in my trading. It takes quite a bit to be wrong for me 3 times in a row, but that's what I have here. I'm confused, Muhammad. You're still doing options? I thought you said you got a prop firm. Wow. All right. Well, it didn't even care about that pivot point on the 5-minute. I don't know. Does it actually care about the 21 EMA? Or, as of now, in terms of this move right here, we are officially at a V shape. And that's what V shapes do to people like me that were trying to go with the trend, trying to think it would roll back over again. V shapes just cause those paper cuts. Be kind to yourself, Clay. I am being kind. There is no more kinder thing I could do to myself than put myself in timeout. It would be unkind to lie to myself and say that everything's okay, and then I keep on trading when things are clearly not okay. So I appreciate that, Sly Lou, but I assure you, putting myself into a 30-minute timeout is the definition of being kind to myself. Because what's the counterfactual to that? The counterfactual is, Clay, you're being a moron, but just keep trading. Don't put yourself in timeout. That would be unkind, So, thank you. I appreciate that. But and this goes to all traders. Sometimes the kindest, the nicest, the most responsible thing you can do to yourself is to put yourself in timeout. There is nothing unkind about that. It is kind. It is wise. You are being compassionate to yourself. But yes, maybe it sounds mean to call myself a moron. Maybe, but the stats suggest right now that I've entered into moron mode. 3 losers in a row. That's right, I'm confident I'm not going to remain in moron mode, but you have to be honest to admit to yourself that when you are in moron mode. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see, Loyal Wiz. Maybe this is turning into a slow grind. Hey, we are 1 like away from 100. This is a great group. We're off to a good start here. Hit that like. Who's going to give us like number 100? That's the question in my mind. Who is it going to be? Who's going to be like 100? Oh, somebody just took a like away. All right, we got a JJ here somewhere. Somebody just took a like away. All right, maybe this isn't such a good group. I don't know. Short 580. Thank you, Sam. Thank you. You have just missed the element of precision. I agree. And when you are, as a trader, if you are missing the element of precision, probably don't want to be trading. For those of you not aware, Laura Croft, she rarely uses words. She's all emojis, and she has not been around for a few weeks. But it's great to have you back, Laura Croft, with the emojis. Love it. Again, she does know the English language. She'll type things up, but vast majority is just emojis. right, Mark is close to getting filled. Mark is filled, I believe. So I'm going to root for Mark. So I want to see this thing roll back over now. If you're long, no offense. I just don't know of anybody being long. But yes, I am rooting for the shorts here. For Mark's sake. What did he say his stop was? 92? All right. Stay away from 92, Price. No, I don't want to sing to it because if it doesn't work out, then he's going to blame me. Come on, Price, come down. You know that that purple line smells bad. Just get away from it. Run away. Hey, there's some verbiage from Laura Croft. Okay, there we go. Come on down. Come on down for him. Okay, I'm assuming he needs more than that. There we go. Yeah, come on down. Come on down. I'm looking for a short too. All right. Well, map it out for us when you know when you got it. For anybody new, if you give us your trade plan ahead of time, even if you're wrong, you will never be made, well, I can't say you'll never be made fun of. What I can say, if somebody does make fun of you, they will be banned immediately. Because it takes courage to throw out your trade plan ahead of time. It takes zero courage to make broad statements or to armchair quarterback or to show up in hindsight. So have no fear. If you map something out ahead of time and you're wrong, that's okay. We're all wrong as traders. Okay, Mark. There we go, Mark. Okay. Oh, don't tease him like that. In MGC going short. Why are you trading gold? Good grief. I used to trade penny stocks, but ever since I got into futures, thanks to you, I just made my first trade and earned $3,900. Oh, booyah, Jeff. Once again, a victory for Pam's plant. Somebody coming from penny stocks, and they just decided to give futures a try, and now they are hooked on futures. Yes, I assure you, it's not me just saying stuff. Futures move and will make penny stocks look like paint drying. Awesome, Jeff. Well, I appreciate you being open-minded enough to give Pam's plan a try. Well, I guess I'm assuming you're doing Pam's plan. Are you in a prop firm, Jeff? Please don't tell me you're just doing futures with your own funds. That's super risky. Because futures do move, and they move very quickly. Come on. Come down for Mark. What was his target at? Where's his first target? I can't remember. 520. 520? Okay, that must be his overall target. I'm assuming he would take some off before then. Okay. So you're getting super, super aggressive with the sweet spot. And it seems like it's been working for you. It is. You're right. You're right, Nathan. It is. It's straight up just toying with the shorts right now. There it is, right off that purple line. 50 period moving average. 50 period simple moving average. Oh, no. Don't do Mark like that. No. No, not like this. All right, I'm actually curious. Give me a 1 if you're long, 2 if you're short, 3 if you're like me right now sitting on hands. SOH order. I'll join in. I'm a 3. Ooh, tick no talk is long. All right, brother. Royal Wiz is long. Okay. Buns is steel to be long. Going into the 2-minute 50 period moving average and the 5-minute 21 EMA. Buns is steel to be long, but doesn't mean it can't work out. We'll see. 3 probably for the rest of the day. Green and all funded and evals. Good job, MJ. Congrats. That's good to see. Too much chop? I don't know. I don't know if I'd call this chop right now. Pro Star. This was a nice trend here. I don't know. I'm not sure how you define chop, but I'm not quite saying. I don't know if I would call today a choppy day. I would say today's been a pretty nice mover day. Once got moving in this direction, followed through with it nicely. Once again, followed through with it nicely. All right, Nathan. Now you're just rubbing it in. Now you've beat me by 100%. Stop it, Nathan. You're making me feel bad. Going short 583. Okay, so Marcus again waiting for it to get up to the top of that area. I was ready to stop when you made it. Hey, man, I'm not coming for you. I'm not coming for you. At least I don't think I'm coming for you. But, actually, I know for sure I'm not because I know what video I'm going to be making, and the video is just going to really show how awesome prop firms are. So I don't want to risk not being able to make that video because I give back the gains from the day. So, yes, I can assure you I am not coming for you. But, hey, congrats. That's awesome now. $1,100. That is fantastic. And how much did you pay for that? Did you get that account? Oh, wait, no, because you're on your pro already. All right, I was going to say, did you get that account with the new deal? But the answer to that would be no. Well, you got to pick up some accounts with the new deal, and then you'll get all that paid back, Nathan, assuming you've seen the deal from Take Profit Trader. Did you see it, Nathan? You got to definitely pick up some more accounts because you'll pass in a month. And as you just demonstrated here with your day one payout, you could get some more of those, and then you would be literally in at zero expense. Hey man, get some. Code Clay. Get all those costs back. You will be trading quite literally with total house money. I'm not sure where those. I know a few of you in here were long. I'm not sure where your stop's at, but friendly reminder: honor those stops. Don't get stubborn. Don't do it. Not worth it. You'll regret it. All right, yeah. To me, it's a no-brainer for you, Nathan. Given that you'll pass within a month. Now, I don't know if you'll continue to get day one payouts in them, but I'm confident you'll get a payout. Stop at 505. In from 502. Too much support on the 1 minute? Maybe. I don't know. Sometimes I wonder if people put too much trust in the 1 minute. I'm not saying they do, but I wonder sometimes. All right, once again, price is approaching the 50 period, that pink line. I am not trading. I am not allowed to trade. I am in timeout until 12:10 because I'm not doing so well. Hey, Clay, just got another racehorse from TPT using code Clay. Nice. Thank you. I'll let my kids know. Did you see the deal, though, Frosty? So by using code Clay today, did you see the new deal they're running, the flash sale? Yeah, good reminder, Mark. Good, yeah. All right, awesome. In some ways, it kind of stinks. Like if you got an account yesterday and now all of a sudden they started just flash deal with. Yes, but I have no inside info. I truly, and I would never want, because I wouldn't want to be accused of like lying to people. Like, do this, and then knowing in the back of my mind that the next day there's going to be an even better deal. But I literally had zero idea. So I know it's kind of a buzzkill, but it is what it is. They'll refund. Yeah, exactly, Frosty. Yeah. on your payout, pass and payout. Yep. They will refund that back to you. So you could be looking at quite literally a zero risk situation where your money on the line is zero, right? If you're not familiar with what we're talking about, just really quickly, we're using a prop firm here. And if you use code CLAY, you get 40% off, $0 activation fee. But the current sale is also this. So if you pass the 10 after paying 102 for your account, and then if you pass within a month, which is always what you should aim for, you can take as long as you want, but aim for a month. But if you pass in a month, get your pro account, and then once you request your first payout on a pro account, they will refund that amount back to you. So they will refund you back 102, meaning your all-in cost, your all-in risk is $0. Usually it's not like that. Usually your all-in risk would be the 102 because they don't offer to ever refund that 102. But with the flash sale right now, again, code CLAY, they would refund you back that 102. On the other side, if you're doing the 150K, they would refund you back to 216. So, yeah. And here's just the deal real quick explained. Everything right there. But yes, you could be getting a pro account. And again, the pro account is, that's the goal. That's where you make money. You can request money, all that good stuff. But they could refund that back. So therefore, your all-in risk would be $0. Bonkers of a good deal when you stop and think about it. And like I was saying earlier, under the premise that they are a company that wants to stay in business, under that premise, this has got to be a flash sale. Because if they just always did this sale, they would essentially bankrupt themselves. Or they, not necessarily for sure, but it's you got to make revenue as a company. If you're going to refund back everything to people, that's kind of a hard model. But yes, that is the current deal. If you're not aware with, and if you've never used Take Profit Trader, now is the time to try them out. Especially if you're already a battle-hardened prop firm trader and you've never actually tried Take Profit Trader, you will love it. Even without the deal, you would love it. Once you get into payout territory, you can request daily payouts. A lot of good stuff. Yeah, that's why I hedged, Mark, and I said it's not for sure that they would go bankrupt, but it would be hard when you're removing some of your revenue streams. But yes, for that reason, that's why I hedged what I said. I didn't say guaranteed to go out of business, but it's not, deals like that are not exactly working in their favor. What are your settings for the purple line? That is just right here. The purple line, let me double click on it. There we go. Simple moving average, close, purple, shift, 0, visible. There you go. Who said that? Scrub. There you go, Scrub Beats. Man, look at this purple line just pressing it down. But at the same time, the 21 EMA fighting back. Look at this little wedge. Using the two. Who is going to win the battle of this little wedge right here? Who's going to win? Grab your popcorn. Better than any movie I've ever seen. This is good stuff right here. Who is going to win the battle? Is anybody short? Let's do it. This is no better time. Give me a 1 if you're long, 2 if you're short, 3 if you're just watching. 1 if you're long, 2 if you're short, 3 if you're just watching. Who is going to win this wedge? Who is going to win this battle? You got to think whichever way it goes, it's going to go with some authority. Knocking on the door. Like I said, if this were to come down, I'd so take it short, which means you should probably be going long because my chart vision has been garbage since I've started the live stream. Look at that. Oh, that was a nasty, dirty dog move to the shorts. Get their hopes up. Like I said, I was thinking short. Up it went. Good to know that I still don't have good chart vision this afternoon. Confirmed. Good thing I'm still in the penalty box for another 13 minutes. Oh, I think Mark is short. Needs to take out that 580 clean. Agree. Yeah, this area right. Yeah, in fact, that's worthy of a line across the top because that is the level at about 586 to be exact. Let's make that a little bit of a different color to stand out a little bit more. But yeah, that is like the area of resistance. You look back here, Rejected the price. Rejected the price. So yes, that does seem to be the key dynamic right now from the resistance side of things. Can it push up through that level? Ace Poem is short. Frank is short. I mean, I get it. If you're short, I understand what you're doing. Like, I see it. I would never call you crazy. You have a nice risk versus reward. Doesn't mean that it'll work out, but I would not call you crazy at all for being short. If you're long, I do see what you're seeing. I'd be nervous to be long, though, but that's just me. I mean, I'm assuming kind of some of the longs are seeing something like this. There's the bull pennant. Fair enough. But bull pennants and bear rivers, overall downtrends sort of scare me. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. Well, yeah, it's a bull flag, but look at the context, Brad. Come on, man. Surely you know you can't have total confidence in a... Right here is a... Yeah, here's a bull pennant too. But hopefully nobody's shocked to see that bull pennant fell miserably. All right, we are right. There we go. Right at that area of resistance. Also, just notice happens to be, look at that. Also is the 21 EMA in the 5-minute. Double whammy now on across time frames. So we can have the resistance here, just right across the flat top, and then on the 5-minute, the 21 EMA. We'll see if the price cares about it or not. Now we need to pop that. Yeah, we'll see. The true key is 589 and 589. What what are you seeing, Dan? What's special about 589? I had quote unquote the true key at 585.75. That was my quote unquote true key. But I'm not seeing what is special about. I'm not saying you're... I don't know. What do you mean, nah, Brad? You're hindsight trading. Right here, Brad. You could have been saying the same thing here. No shorts. Bull pennant. Well, shorts did actually very well on that bull pennant. Just calling out a bull pennant without taking notice of the trend, a little sketchy. Yesterday's... Oh, gotcha. Yeah. At some point... Let down on luck, friends. Stay in our camp. Let down on luck. Oh, my... What? From friends? Let down on luck, friends. Friends... Oh, well, I would assume they're former friends now, but at that moment in time, they were friends? Or they were former friends? Those breakouts either hold and go or chop me out. Well, yeah, exactly. But... You're just like, no shorts. It's a bull flag. That's what I was referring to, Brad. And I was disagreeing, saying, well, I don't know. Just because something's a bull flag doesn't mean no shorts. Because if it's a bull flag in a bearish downtrend, well, I could see people thinking, yeah, I get it, it's a bull flag, but I think the trend is eventually going to crush this to the downside. So I was just pushing back. You seem to just made a broad statement. Hey, if it's a bull flag, no shorts. I'm saying, well, no, that's not always the case. Now, if it's a bull flag in a beautiful uptrend, I'm with you. Yeah, I'm not quite sure going short in that situation is smart. But at this point, yeah, It's I know some shorts have probably made money on it, but it seems to kind of just be toying with the shorts now. I don't remember who. Some of you said maybe a slow grind, and yeah, maybe that is what it's starting to turn out to be, just a slow grind upwards. That is wild. That is wild, Fairchild. That friends would do that? I guess I would not that it excuses anything, but I'm guessing some alcohol was involved, some sort of substance. That is wild, man. I'm sorry to hear that. That is wild. Because like I can't picture like any of my friends that would do that. But I'm sure that's the case for you, which is why you said your mind is blown. Like, yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. Is that a red folder event, Jeff? Yeah, I could see how that would, like, if I envision like any of my friends, and as I rack my brain doing that, like I'd be sad too. Like, man, how could you? I thought we were friends. Like, what? Yeah, that's crazy. Mark, I could see Mark doing that though. Mark is a friend. He's the only friend I have that I could see just trashing a camper. Sweet spot on the short. Nice job, Mark. Now let the thing breathe. Let the thing work for you, Mark. Let it work for you. If you have multiple, maybe, take out some along the way. I don't know. Maybe take off some right there because maybe it bounces off that level. But just let the thing, see if you can get a total rollover, Mark. Let's play some ball. Short 580. Right, Hoover was close to maybe getting filled. Yep, all right, Hoover's in. Man, that 21 EMA is an absolutely dirty dog from the shorts perspective. Now, if you were long, that 21 EMA is your knight in shining armor. What a nasty little bugger that thing is from a shorts perspective. But truly, what a handsome hunk of a knight in shining armor for anybody that's long. It's funny when you just stop and think about it. Like, trading is a weird place. Because, yes, there are people in this very chat right now where that green line, you are, like, cursing it. Other people, you're looking at that green line and you would never think to curse it. You're loving the thing. This is just what this is ridiculous. I mean, 5 minute here, like anybody that's short, based off that 5 minute candle, I understand where you're coming from. And to be fair, you did start to get some movement, so there was room in there for a scalp, I'd hope, but goodness. I'm going to name my 7th child 21 EMA. 21 would be the first name. What, an EMA, maybe middle name? That's spicy. I like that. I like that. I think Hoover might have already been stopped out. I guess I don't know. Yeah, Hoover got stopped out, it looks like. Oh, 595 is your stop, okay. All right, so Hoover's in by the skin of his teeth. Well, not the skin of his teeth. He's still got about 6 points. 15-minute SMA reject. Yeah, let's check the 15-minute. Oh, yeah, you're right. Good call. Yeah, on the 15-minute, which is a valid, a lot of people use the 15-minute. I have it too. But yeah, right here. Good call. Who said that? Soak. Good call. Good eye. Right here. Look at that. Getting rejected right now on. So that it makes perfect sense now why the price is struggling at this area. Shame on me for not checking out the 15-minute. But yeah, there it is. 15-minute. We have the 50-period moving average right there. 50-period simple moving average. So yes, it actually makes very good sense on why it's struggling where it is right now. Good eye, Stoke. Good eye. Thanks for sharing. Man, that's why the chat can be so helpful. We have the green over purple naked turtle reversal. No. This is the half naked turtle reversal. Close stand, but not quite there. Half naked turtle reversal is what we're looking at. Where are we at time? Okay, no, I'm not going to do it. What I'm thinking is this, because I got 2 minutes before my timeout is over, but I was thinking maybe let it come up here, come back down, get short, and then throw my stop right there. But why? I gotta stop fighting this. This thing just keeps grinding higher, although we are looking at a near-term rising wedge, which is bearish. At least I think it's a rising wedge. Oh yeah, there we go. So there is the near-term rising wedge pattern. It is a bearish pattern, but as a reminder to everybody, just because there's a bull flag, for example, a bull flag, which is a bullish pattern, does not mean the price is going to go up. Same is true here. Just because it's a bearish pattern does not mean for sure guaranteed the prices are going to go down. Don't ego trade, Clay. I know. I appreciate that reminder. I am doing my best to stay disciplined here. Now, the one downside to putting yourself in timeout, which is wise, there's always pros and cons. It was wise to have put myself in the penalty box, but the thing, if you start to use this tactic, which I argue is a very good tactic, also be aware that when your timeout is over, you're going to feel like, trade. I can trade. You got to be careful of that. Well, I'm glad you felt good about that one, Brad. But if you had felt good about this one and you traded it, it would have been a loser. But good. I'm glad to hear, Brad, that you felt good about this one. Been a while since I've offered up the reminder, but a lot of you have communicated. Sometimes I just forget. So yeah, if you've been here before, or maybe not, but you are enjoying, hit that like button. I noticed we've been kind of stuck at the level we're at right now. So yes, friendly reminder, hit that like button if you have not yet. Let's get this up to 200 likes, get that monkey offer back, and then we'll know for sure that this will carry beyond the 3-hour mark. Because 200 likes is the milestone at this point in the live stream history where if we're at 200 likes by the 3-hour mark, we'll go beyond the 3 hours, probably to the 4-hour mark. But so yes, if you have not yet hit it, do it. And I just bring all that up to let you know that the like button is not a vanity metric. It's a data point for me. I'm trying to make sure that I'm still streaming because people enjoy it. And the only way I know how to gauge enjoyment levels are with that like button. And of course, if you want to throw a super chat, those are always appreciated too. Look at that, right off the top of this area here, top of the rising wedge. All right, I am now allowed to trade again. But now I got to fight the whole urge to want to go throw out a trade. Well, that stopped me and put me in. All right, Hoover. No shame there. No shame for being in timeout. As somebody that just came from timeout. Two more weeks and I will be awesome. We'll be happy to have you, Hoover. Boris, yeah, good question. Back in November, my community finally convinced me to do it. I was trading some options that it was just. I did a video on it, but in a nutshell, yeah, I was trading some options, and it was just so hard to get filled. And after enough prompting, doggone it, I wanted to get short up at the top of that trend line area. But notice how the cursor is like on the sell ask. No, look at where the little hand is. The hand right now is right over sell ask. So I just say that to, like I literally was thinking about doing that, and that would be my proof. But yeah, they convinced me. A lot of respected members have been trading futures, and I was a stubborn donkey. But then they also was like, not only do futures, but do it through a prop firm because prop firms are awesome. And, you know, so yes, I've been doing futures through a prop firm since basically November and absolutely loving it. Yeah, the video is somewhere. I don't remember where it's at, but that's the quick summary of it. But yeah, and then I got in a live streaming on accident. I don't know, probably about 5 months ago now. Maybe even, I don't know, time flies. Has it been 5, 6 months ago? And I literally mean by accident. If you go back and watch the first live stream in the archive, you will see what I mean about how I started this and became a live streamer by accident. I have seen the light, yep. What I was always told was that if you survive long enough as a day trader, you will eventually be a day trader of futures, and that is exactly what played out in my situation. And it all makes sense. Once you get into futures, they just move better than everything else. In fact, Jeff earlier somewhere was just made a comment out. He's been doing penny stocks for a very long time, but he's just now tried futures, and he said, and I quote, and I'm hooked. Because, yeah, futures, they're just better. And then you start to look into, you know, the how you can leverage them with prop firms and copy trading, and it almost becomes like scam-like numbers. Like it seems like it's a too good to be true situation. It's not. It's just the day and age we're living in. Still watching this upward trend. Again, the rising wedge is still in play, has not been violated to the upside. In fact, since I've drawn it twice now, it's been rejected right at the top of the pattern. O2, 10 points. Well, there's the third time rejected off the top part of the pattern. I don't know. It seems like this thing is just suckering it in. Do it. Short that trend line because we're about to just bust up through it. I don't know. That's what my spidey senses are saying, but it might have just been bad Taco Bell I had last night. We'll have to let hindsight be my judge. We're at, again, is it bad? There, let's see. There we go. I'm in. Actually, let's get my stop up there. All right, let's see if we can get rejected off this trend line. Or else does a cold streak continue? Trying to play this rising wedge. I mean, it's been rejected off this trend line numerous times now. Put my first target down there just in case there's a quick snap. Come on, Treadline, do your job like you've done all these other times. Don't just start to not work because I entered into the trade. Building MNQ short, stop 615. That makes me feel good that Coach Dan is with me on the short. Coach Dan is a great trader. Come on, Coach Dan. Oh, don't do me and Coach Dan like that, you little rat. Look how close it got to my first target. Come on. Oh, you little rat. You rat with fleas and maggots. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, this will be a winning trade no matter what. Move this down a little bit more. All right. Stopped out there. Was a winning trade, though. Got my first target hit. Brought my stop down. I needed the streak to end. To build a little context, that I was on a 3-trade losing streak. So just for my own psychology's sake, I wanted to make sure that was a winning trade. Tomorrow's going to be interesting. Why is that? What's tomorrow? I'm not saying I disagree. I just, what makes you think about tomorrow? Which platform is this? That's a two-folded question. So layer number one to the question of what platform is this is I'm using a prop firm. That prop firm is Take Profit Trader. So the way it would work is you would go to the link that you see at the top of the screen there, and then you would select your purchasing power. Make sure you use code CLAY, get the 40% off and other parts of the promotion. After you select your purchasing power, they'll ask you what platform do you actually want to use, and I'm using Tradeovate. The key thing here is that you do not need to go to Tradeovate separately and go through their application process. You get to skip that headache step because the prop firm itself will go create your account, and then they'll give you login information, and then at that point you go to Tradeovate and you just use that information to log in and you're good to go. So twofold question. What platform? Again, layer number one, I'm using a prop firm. That prop firm is Take Profit Trader. And then layer number two, I'm using Tradeovate through the prop firm. Tariffs tomorrow. Yeah. I mean, you're right. I just wonder how much of that is already baked in. But man, that upward trend line doing work. I'm glad I trusted it. Thanks. Is it real that you get daily payouts in Pro account? It is real. Yep, very much so. I had a payout yesterday, EDIS of 600, and then today with the action right here, I'll be requesting another payout. So in other words, I had 80% of 600, but I had $600 worthy of payouts yesterday, and then right here on my Pro account, I will be requesting that amount for payout at the close. So yeah, I'm done trading that account today. I don't want to risk giving those back. I'm happy with 510 bucks. So yes, but it is. To answer your question, it is real. It's legit. Dan, I don't know if Dan's still here, but I know Dan can attest to daily payouts. I don't know if Hooch is still here. I know Hooch can attest. I don't know if Daler is here, but I know Daler can attest. Can you copy trade on Tradeovate? Yes, you can. They have a built-in copy trader. You have to make a buffer first. Yes, you got to get above the buffer. That is why this right here is 52,510, which means 510 will be eligible. Or I could leave it in there and you can see my buffer would be growing. So if I don't take the 510, now instead of having $2,000 as the amount that I can lose before I blow up the account, now it would be $2,500. So that's where it's always a question. Do you want to pay yourself or do you want to leave it in there and build up or call it, build the buffer? So if I don't pay myself the 510, then now all of a sudden I'd be able to lose $2,500 before losing the account. If I choose the 510, well then that's going to drop that back down to 2,000 and I'll only have 2,000 that I could lose before they would take the account away from me. So that's where it's always the question. Do you pay yourself? Do you leave it in the account to build the buffer? All right, there. Oh, Sam, yeah. So Sam right there. He can attest. He's had 6 days in a row. Exactly. Do I have to pass a test in 5 days? No. The 5 days is the minimum amount. You have to do the test for at least 5 days. That's the minimum. You can take as long as you want to pass the test. Although I recommend and encourage people get it done within a month so that you don't have to make any monthly fees, any monthly payments again. Yo, Clay, I have a problem, man. I passed my 2 evals yesterday for Apex. I've blown them today. I spent over $500 in 2 weeks on Apex. I don't know what to do anymore. I don't have the money. Well, I don't know what to tell you. I know nothing about your strategy. And I say this all just nicely. I don't know you. I don't know anything about your strategy. I know nothing about your situation. But again, I understand. Well, why would I ever pay for anything? It's all for free on the internet. That's fine. But then you find yourself in Zabi's and somebody else was asking the same thing. What do I do, Clay? What do I do? It's all free on the internet. Yeah, you know it's not for free on the internet? Mentorship, right? So I'm only bringing this up because this is now the second time somebody's brought up. If you are interested in my mentorship, I'll just put this in the link. That is the benefit. Yes, I know. It's all for free on the internet. While true, the internet is also a very sketchy place with unorganized information, and then you can find yourself in situations where I just don't know what to do. I keep losing. What's going on? I don't know. I can't help you because I know nothing about you, your strategy, or anything like that. But if you're a member of the mentorship, then that's where we can really dig into things. Oh, I was afraid that I have to do it in 5 days. No, 5 days is just the minimum. All right, let's keep this rising wedge moving, because this rising wedge is still totally in play. There we go. Whew. Rising wedge is bearish. Okay, it is. I'm going to go ahead and delete that out because hopefully that answers your question. Keep that name out of your mouth. Take Profit Trader. Not to mention, Take Profit Trader with the current deal that just started this morning, the flash sale, is definitely the no-brainer place to go. Again, Take Profit Trader has an absolutely amazing deal right now where you could potentially be at zero cost, zero risk. Because if you pass the test, so right now, with Take Profit Trader, when you use code CLAY, you could literally, so let's just say you're doing the 50K, you could buy the 50K, pass it in a month, and then once you get to the pro account and then request your first payout, as part of that payout, they will send you back the 102, meaning you now are completely risk-free. You have zero risk into the situation because you have been refunded back your original risk. Because at the end of the day, that's a beautiful thing about prop firms. That would be your total risk right there. For every account, that's your risk. You can't lose anything more than that. But if they refund that back to you, then in a very literal sense, you have zero risk. So yes, it is. Go with Take Profit Trader. What? No, I'm not the owner, but what does that have to do with anything? Are you telling me that's not a good deal? No, you could have left that message up. No, that's fine. You didn't have to do that. That's fine. Let me, please, if you don't mind, leave the timing out to me unless it's like just a blatant thing. But that was fine. Like, he's more than welcome to mathematically show how, like, this deal right now is not, like, a really, really good deal. I don't know, Connor. I don't know. It's always different. Because it really depends. I don't. Do you want more buffer to the downside? If you want more buffer, then yeah, maybe you go with a higher one. Because that way you're going to get more wiggle room to the downside. Now, if you are pinpoint rock solid with your risk management, then yeah, maybe 25K is fine. Because with 25K, you only have $1,500 to the downside. You got to be spot on with your risk management. With the 150K, you got more wiggle room to the downside. Now, I'm not saying that is the solution. What I'm just trying to get across is everybody's situation is a little different. But I don't know. I don't know. Okay, Slylu, that was for the asinine question, you're getting put on timeout for an hour or for 24 hours. How can you ask that? You are not new. Surely you've heard me say time and time again, if you want to support the live stream, use code CLAY. Are you telling you don't know how to connect those two dots? Where if you use code CLAY, you support the live stream, as in like maybe I get a little slice of the pie? Like, did you honestly ask that? And this is the person that claims to have gone to like Oxford and Cambridge. Goodness. Does that really need to be like at that point? That's just a troll. You are literally just trolling around. Please don't troll. Look at this rising wedge. This thing is nuts. It won't make a move. It just is like it's like so warm and cozy between the two trend lines. It's been a while since I've seen a pattern like get this narrow, yet the price continues to stay right in it. This is pretty wild, actually. Okay, it did break through it, but I don't trust this breakout. I mean, with the track record of this trend line, I could see that very realistically just being a fake breakout of that level. We'll see. Yeah, but yeah, Jim, your trolls are different. Like yours are like obvious trolls. Like I don't know who said that. Jeff, yeah, says it well. Your trolls are at least like cheeky and fun. Like I have no idea. I don't know what Slylu was doing. Either that was a total troll that was kind of weird, or I don't know. I don't know how can somebody that's been on the live stream for at least the past 3 or 4 months and has heard me say hundreds of times probably, hey, if you want to support the live stream, please use code Clay. Then be like, are you what? Huh? And there is a fake breakout. Now, obviously, I didn't have a whole lot of confidence in that in myself because I don't right now. I've been on kind of such the cold streak. I didn't take the trade, but I should have. I know, Loyal Wiz, it's shocking. Shocking to hear that I get a little slice of the pie. Unbelievable. I know. It's crazy. And then look at that, right off the lower part of the trend line. This rising wedge is like the rising wedge of rising wedges. Trending needs to break down. I don't know what it means. It needs to do something. I don't know. But goodness. This breakout, I make 200 more. Nice job, Muhammad. Sounds to me like you're enjoying futures trading, which is good. I know, Kyle. I mean, their bellies are filled with sticks and stones. Hey, Valil. Valil-E. I'm sorry, I'm mispronouncing your name. All right, now back up to the top part of the rising wedge. Which, by the way, to be fair, the price has been just not caring. Like, the rising wedge suggests bearishness, but that's always the interesting part about a rising wedge is because that upper line is moving up, it could, in theory, just keep moving up and up. Now, eventually the pattern does run out of room, which is what we're seeing here. Look how tight this thing is getting, and it's still staying between it. This is truly one of the most bonker patterns I've seen in a while. Honest, just feel free to scroll back, I don't know, 10 minutes, and I've already addressed all of that. Yeah, Ediz, that was a mistake. I corrected the mod that did that, Ediz. You should not have been timed out. Okay, stop deleting Ediz messages. That was easily adjustable. Like he's literally proving what I've been saying. Ediz, I agree. The deal is so good, there's a reason why it's a flash sale. And there's a reason why I fully believe it is a flash sale. I understand a lot of people are like, it's a flash sale, and then the flash sale lasts for like 3 years. But no, in this situation, per your point, I agree. It's such a good deal that, again, it's not going to guarantee to bankrupt them, but they would potentially have zero revenue. So I agree. That is why it's a flash sale. Yeah, please stop deleting Ediz's. He has not done anything wrong. He's helping to make my argument for me that it is a good deal. About a week. I've heard a week to 10 days. And I fully believe that per your own point. Per your own point, yes, if they left the deal in play for too long, that's like not a good business decision. Again, because the deal is, if you're not aware yet, they will refund you back your original purchase too. So if you pass and then you start to get payouts, they will literally be making zero money at that point. Wasn't you this time. All right, well. Please don't delete messages when the person is helping me make my argument for me. All right. Is this the time where it comes down? Maybe so. I'm going to put a 06. I don't know. Is this finally the breakdown? Or is this going to be a fake breakdown like we've had 2 fake breakouts? Uh-oh. Now we got the great mystery. Monday, I will start a 150K challenge. I will come back to see if it is good. I would assume it'll still be valid on Monday, but I don't know. Like I said. What I heard that they sent to the email that I got as was a week, but then somebody said until like August 10th, which is a little bit more than a week. So I don't know. So I'm just gonna say I really don't know, but I think a week. So it should be fine on Monday. You made $1,200 on your phone. Good job. Good job. Thank you, Malik, for the kind words. And yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying the prop firm. I'm glad, like I said, that's the point of live stream. Make people aware of Pam's plant. Tomorrow, the market will be bad to trade because of tariffs. That's why I began Monday. Well, I mean, I think the market will be great because if tomorrow produces all sorts of like action like this, I mean, this is the stuff I love right here. I mean, give me this movement. This is like my face, this movement. Beautiful, you know? But yeah, if you define that sort of movement as bad, then yeah, maybe tomorrow won't be great. But yeah, I want movement. This stuff right here is a little bit more challenging to me, where it kind of slows down. But I do realize everybody's got different definitions of what would be bad or not. But I also question, I don't know if tomorrow is going to be as crazy as what people think. I mean, it's not like these tariffs are not known about. So there's always the function in markets of things already being baked into the market. And in many ways, I think these things are already, you could argue have been baked into the market. No, I am not, Edis. No, I am not. I mean, maybe I am, but I definitely, don't call it their turn. Those type of traders are nothing. All it is a guy that repackaged a bunch of stuff that's been around forever and then like took it as his system. Like everything that's been described, I'm like, oh, well, I would just call that a fake breakout. Or, oh, I would just call that a fake breakdown. So I maybe in some senses I am, but not because I got the ideas from them. All that person did was took just normal setups and then like used a bunch of cool terminology to make it all sound very smart. Can I sing? Maybe I'll sing. Maybe I'll sing later on, but not right now. Yes, I do. That does seem to be a little culty feeling. I'm not saying you're part of the cult, Edis. I'm just saying that, yes, that whole thing does seem to have a little bit of a cult-like feel to it, for sure. Well, all right. Suppose I should have trusted the breakdown there, but I'm having trust issues. So there is the rising wedge. Got the breakdown. Now really just a question of how much further down does this breakdown want to go? Yeah, they have, Jeff. Well, maybe not publicly, but I got an email separately. Let me see. Okay, yeah. So this is what they sent to people that if they have like codes, to those with codes, this is part of that email. They set out separately right there. Which I agree. This is the best deal they've done. I think the last time they did this, accounts were only 30% off. I think. So I do actually, that is, I believe, the best deal they've ever done. But right there. And it's only live for 1 week. There's a beautiful breakdown. Yeah, Edens, I hear you. That's why I do not. That's why I always say start with Take Profit Trader, because they have a very clean set of rules. So, but yeah, sorry to hear that. Well, there is the rising wedge. It took a long time to come to fruition, but after many rejections of the top part of the pattern, finally broke and rolled back over through the bottom part. So I'll go ahead and clear that out. The rising wedge finally did its thing, but wow, that was impressive to watch. The price just stuck between those two levels for such a long time. Did anybody make money from that? Give me a one. Give me a 2 if you made money, because 2 is always we're trying to associate with shorts. Are you serious, Loyal Wiz? Good job. Yes, it is, Drew. You can use, well, assuming you're using Tradeovate, Drew. Yeah, Tradeovate's got a phone app. Nice job, Simpleton. Nice job, Chris. Nice job, XM. Very good, very good. Fantastic. Good stuff there. Love it. Love to see it. What time is it? It is about 12:40 p.m. I don't think there's any. I think we got pretty much the majority of the news out of the way. Yeah, 11:30 was that, and then all right, next one is not until 4:30 p.m. So I'll, that won't be a threat here. What's up, Clay? How are you feeling today? Good overall, good, but live stream wise, almost the polar opposite of yesterday. Yesterday, I started off like a banshee on fire. I could do no wrong. Now I'm struggling to do anything right. But that's all right. Hey, let's try to get it 7 more likes. Let's get this up to 150, and then we will be oh so close to that 200 mark. So if friendly reminder, if you have not yet hit that like button and you're enjoying, hit that like button. Congrats, Anas. No, not that one. Anas. Going long here. I could see that. I missed yesterday. Going to try the prop trading Monday. What's Monday? Why not today? All right, I am thinking of a long here. Want to see it come down first and then come back up, and then I'd be willing to take a long. So, want to be patient right now for the time being. Again, well, never mind now. Now if it comes down, I wouldn't be interested. Did pretty good, hit my daily goal. Not trying to trade this week. Not going to trade this weekend. Might go camping just fresh start Monday, but I started. Oh, gotcha, Chase. All right. Yeah, no, I hear you, Chase. Your weekend is starting tomorrow. I like that. I like when you just start your weekend on a Friday. All right, Edith, I appreciate that. And yeah, you'll enjoy, especially coming from the experience you just came from. Once you get to the pro account phase and you can request those daily payouts, it's going to feel too good to be true, but you're going to be like, this is nice. This is awesome. Is the market these days harder than what it was before months? Yes, you can copy trade evals. Yep. And you did get the right number. Yes, you can have up to five pro accounts that you can copy trade. So I don't know. I don't know if it's harder. Maybe. I don't know your strategy. Maybe the market's not jiving very well with your strategy. That's always a possibility. But you can't really make a broad statement. Is the market harder? For some, I'm sure it is. For some strategies, probably. Other strategies, I'm sure the market is a thing of beauty. So yes, I would assume for some people it's harder. Other people might be saying the exact opposite. Man, market is so easy. You spoiled my name. I'm sorry. Honest. I'll just call you Honest. How do you feel lately over the last 2 weeks about the market's overall sentiment? Me personally, small caps have been a little bit. Small caps are garbage. I don't focus on small cap day trading at all. Small cap day trading is garbage. Low floats, short squeezes. I know. But they can move so fast. Not when you compare it to Pam's plant. Not when you compare it to futures trading in a prop firm. The numbers look silly in a hurry. In fact, that's one of my favorite things to do. When a small cap traders show up and they think, I'm like, well, what's your best trade ever? My best trade ever is $15,000. Then I'm like, all right, well, what was your position size? Tell me about it. And then long story short, the numbers make their approach look very, very high risk, very, very inefficient. Hey, thanks, Sam. I will let Kit know when she's eating that juicy burger tonight. Thank Uncle Sam. No, not that Uncle Sam. Sam in the chat box. The reason I said it's too good to be true is because of Apex. They denied my payouts because I was risking too much, they said, but I risked only one. Yeah, no, you don't have any of that stuff. You don't have any of that stuff with Take Profit Trader. That is why here, That's why I say that Apex really should only be for battle-hardened, intermediate, and advanced traders because of all the rules that they have. But if you're a beginner, or really any level, Take Profit Trader is the best in the business, in my opinion. So that's, but yes, I totally understand 100% how it could feel like it's a too good to be true deal, especially after coming from the experience you just went through. Next week, I will get my first prop firm account. What do you think of next week? Would it be good? Well, I have no idea. As a day trader, I literally take things day by day. I'm not thinking at all about next week. I'm literally thinking, what do I think this thing wants to do in the next 5 minutes? That's how far ahead I'm thinking. So I'm like a psychopath because I'm on one end of the spectrum as a day trader where I literally only care about what's happening in the next 5 minutes. And then on the other end of the spectrum in my investment accounts, I'm like, I don't care what happens. I'll check back in 20, 30 years from now. Apex is not good for new traders. Exactly, TJP. That is why I have it broken down like I just showed you there. I hit the profit target for 50K valuation with Take Profit. Good job. Congrats. Hey, Deepak, I'm going to warn you again or else you're going right back on timeout. Stop armchair quarterback trading everything and give us an actual trade plan, Deepak. So that includes an entry point, a stop loss, and a target. Give us those 3 numbers, please, ahead of time, okay? But stop armchair quarterback trading. Ain't nobody impressed by that, okay? I say this all due respect. I don't know you. Why would I take anything you have to say? Seriously, unless you at least prove yourself a little bit. And again, you can easily prove yourself by giving an entry point, a stop loss, and a target. Those 3 numbers ahead of time. All right, well, this is quite the move down here. Maybe try to catch a little momentum. I can put a stop just right up there. So maybe a little bit of a chase, but I'll keep it on a very tight leash. All right, well. All right, there we go. If this comes back down, I'll just try to catch some momentum here. Just looking for a scalp to catch momentum. If not, I got a clear spot for my scalp or for my stop right up there. So it's either going to get rejected off this purple line and keep moving down, or I'll take a small little loss on it. So very basic premise. I wouldn't wait for the next candle. I'm going to try it on this one. Nope. All right, never mind on that. My risk profile would now be too big, so never mind. It didn't want to come back down, therefore I never got filled on it. I'm starting to wonder if Deepak is even like real. Is he one of these bots that's kind of a good bot, but kind of not? I don't know. How is next week seems going to be? Again, like I just said, I have no idea. I'm not thinking about next week. As a day trader, I'm literally just trying to think about what do I think is going to happen in the next 5 minutes. I have no idea about next week, nor do I care. That would be a use of my brain that is not needed right now. Now, if I'm a swing trader or something like that, then okay, maybe think that far ahead. But that's not where my mind's at as a day trader. And quite frankly, the nice thing about being able to go long or short is I don't care. I just don't care. If things are rough next week, I can make money because I'll just short. If things are great next week, that's fine. I can make money. I can go long. That is why it's very powerful and freeing to short and to know how to short, because then you can literally not care. Because, again, as a beginner, you think when you don't know about shorting, you think, well, I need markets to be good because that's the only way I can make money, right? Buy low, sell high. But then once you start to learn more about trading and learn about this bizarre concept of shorting, it's like, oh, really? Well, that's cool. That's cool that even if markets are having a terrible day or a terrible week, I can still make money. Gospel Jackson, hello. A little bit of a bear pennant here, very short-term bear pennant. I don't know if I trust it or not, but there it is. A little bit of, here, let's put the golf hole up here, upside down. Bull pennant, which makes it a bear pennant. Let's see how it continues to cook up here. Not going to short it on this break if it does break. The other tricky part is over on the 5 minute. We got this annoying little pivot point right here. So I don't know. Is it going to bounce off that pivot point? That's what's kind of throwing a monkey wrench in my plans to get short. I'm doing pretty good, Gospel Jackson. How about yourself? How are you doing on this fine Thursday afternoon on July 31st? By the way, where did July go? All right. Give me a 3 in the chat box if in your mind it seems like just yesterday you were hearing fireworks go off because it was the 4th of July. Does anybody else feel like that? Give me a 3 if you can relate to that. Again, does anybody feel like just yesterday you were hearing fireworks going off because it was 4th of July and now all of a sudden it's July 31st? I mean, it's one of the most cliche sayings out there, but also maybe the most true. Like, I swear, once you graduate, definitely once you graduate high school, but like time starts to fly. I remember being in school and thinking, I am never going to get out of school. Like, time seemed to go so slow when I was in school, but now, whoo, boy, what a nice breakdown there. Maybe I'll try a back test here. Boris, I already discussed this. Some of you need to show up on time. I've already discussed all that. It's irrelevant anyways, because I'm not here to prove to anybody that I'm a good or bad trader. I'm here to talk about Pam's plan. So who cares what kind of accounts these are on? It's irrelevant. I'm a terrible trader. There we go. Again, the point of the prop firm is to preach this right here, Pam's plan, okay? I want to make people aware that if you are a day trader, the best approach to day trading, most efficient way is to day trade futures through a prop firm, right? That's my main argument. My claim is not I'm a great trader. Let me just advance the argument and say I'm a terrible trader. Therefore, a terrible trader is presenting a good idea. Unless, of course, you can tell me how this is a bad idea. But I've yet to have anybody explain to me how this is a bad idea. Because it's not, because I have math on my side. I have math. So that's the core goal here. I'm not here to, my claim is not I'm a great trader. So who cares what accounts I'm on? Again, granted, earlier I already explained all that. I don't feel like doing it anymore. But it's irrelevant anyways. Unbelievable. I like your commentary. It's very hard to give correct point. Yes, that's the point. Yeah, exactly. It is hard to give the correct points. That's what makes trading hard. Where are the correct points? Where is the correct entry? Where is the correct stop loss? I agree. That's what makes trading hard. That's also why I'm asking you to give it. Well, pull up this chart and look on your own chart, Deepak. I understand maybe it's a little fuzzy on your end, so you don't see the numbers on my chart, but we're looking at the MNQ. Pull up the MNQ, and then you on your end, and then those numbers will be crystal clear, my friend. Too scary to get short right now. Because looking at the 5 minute, look at this. Nice hammer candle forming right at the pivot point. Too scary. For me at least. Anything on IXHL? All I can tell you, CR, is you need to tap the brakes and do more learning. Very, very dangerous question you just asked. Very dangerous. You probably have no idea how that is a dangerous question, but that proves my point, that you are still new to the point where you're getting ahead of yourself. But that is a very, very, very dangerous question. You just put yourself in a very dangerous spot. I will go short resistance at the 20 EMA. Roger that. And where's your stop loss going to be, Chase? I am back. Clay, this blind drunk monkey you sold me just finished my lap. I know, Anthony. I told you. Those monkeys, they're not messing around. They're not messing around, brother. Man, this is looking right. Do I want to go against the hammer on the 5 minute? That's the question right now. Is it short? Do I want to go against this right here? A little too scary for me, so I'm not going to do it on the short side. I don't think I want to tempt fate with that 5 minute hammer. What are your trend lines? I don't have any trend lines right now, Gilbert. I do have this line, which at this point I think I'm going to go ahead and get rid of it. But yeah, Gilbert, right now I have not. There are no trend lines in the mix right now. Although maybe I should get this one in play. Yeah, let's keep an eye on that one. Yeah, I was going to say, Anthony, Laura Croft showed up like an hour ago. And I was like, hey, there she is. And of course she showed up with just the emoji hand wave. Man, Chase, what are you doing trading 20 shares of QQQ? Goodness. What are you doing? I'm glad that you're going to... Once you get to prop firms on Monday, Chase, you're going to look back at yourself and be like, what was I doing with my life? The green is a 21 EMA. The purple is a 50 SMA. You are welcome. All right, watching that trend line. Seeing if it wants to push down through. And now we wait. Kind of got a bit of a wedge right now. If we just use that 21 EMA up there as the top part of the wedge, and then this trend line right here, which way does she break? Hey, Mike C. Hello. Thanks for stopping by. As an FY to everybody, I don't foresee it being a problem, but the way it works and the mile marker I've identified is we need to be up to 200 likes by the 3-hour mark. So we are, my math is right, 33 likes away, and we have about 50 minutes. So we should be fine. I'm not saying we're not okay, but if you want to contribute to ensuring that the live stream goes beyond the 3-hour mark, and you have not yet hit that like button, make sure you do that. Let's get these likes up to the 200 mark, and then that monkey will be off our back, and then we can just keep moving. But I want to make sure that people are still interested. So I've learned over the course of the past 3 weeks that a good gauge of if the live stream as a whole is still producing some value and entertainment, we got to get this up to that 200 like mark. So like I said, we should still have plenty of time to get there before the 3-hour mark. Oh, man, talk about a conflict of interest. I really like that trend line for a short, but again, I'm staring that 5-minute in the face, and it's kind of spooking me out a little bit. Just because that's what I like, Chase. You got to experiment, brother. If you like the 21, or if you like the 20, go with that. Because it works better for me. That would be the very short and sweet answer. All right, I think I'm going to go against the tread line. Or I'm sorry, go against the hammer on the 5-minute. We'll see. Oh, once again, bounces off the trend line. We have a bit of a head and shoulders here. We could go back to test the lows. That's true. We could also just skyrocket up. You never know. With the could game, anything is possible. Again, right off of that tread line. I went short, 69.25, looking for a breakdown stop. All right, hey, Pawn, I appreciate you giving those numbers up front. That's some good stuff. It's going to break. Chase, no, it's not. Be a little intellectually humble here, okay, Chase? You don't know. Nothing's going to happen because that would imply there's a guarantee. So a little intellectual humility goes a long way. Or you could make if you're a good range trader. Or, if you're a good range trader, you can make $500 in the range. There. I fixed that for you, Coach Dan. $560 target would probably be in the 540s. I don't know. Or do I get, I'm just talking out loud, do I get short here? Then I could build some size with just my kind of do or die stop loss up there. It would be a bigger loss if I'm wrong. Now let's see if I can get a back test here. Okay, I'm going to try to get short at that red line if it wants to give me a back test. Come back. Come back, back test. So you just took a loss there, Dan? I would assume if you're playing the range, you just stopped out. Well, congrats if anybody took that trend. Anybody take that trend line break on the short side? Broke. I tried the back test, but I mean that's always a risk. If you want to try a back test, one of the risks is, well, you never get into the trade because it never back tests and it just keeps on moving. Good. Zach W. Yes. Was not in. Yes, you can get any pullback. Man, good job. Good job, Mark. So right here, Mark in the chat. Here, he took it. There you go. So that, again, Mark in the chat room here. Here's him from the private community. Member of my mentorship program. Good job, Mark. 2 accounts. I'm assuming he copy traded. So boom, 1,800 bucks. Multiply, yeah, so 3,600 bucks on the day. Good job. Good job, Mark. All right, might try to catch momentum, but I want to see how high this goes because I got to gauge where my stop would be. Chase, of course you do. That's why the futures are way better than everything else. That's what I mean. Of course you like it better. I am at a 100% conversion rate. Everybody that has tried Pam's plant, that has either come from day trading options or stocks or crypto or Forex, literally every single person has come back and said, oh yeah, futures are where it's at. How can that be the case? Because futures, just their movement is way better. And then you factor in the prop firms and the copy trading and all the flexibility that gives you. It's just better. It's just better. Whoops. All right, I'm in. I'm short. Blue line is my entry. Looking to try to capture this momentum, which is hopefully more to the downside. I'm sorry I asked so many questions, but when you do copy trading, are you able to do the same entries in it? I don't know. I don't copy trade. Can somebody answer that for Chase? I think so, but again, I'm not gonna. I'm trying to manage a trade right now and think and talk to you at the same time. So maybe somebody else can offer a little bit more insight on that. Okay, picked up another 2. See if this does want to continue on down with the momentum. Dan says yes. There you go. Dan is a trustworthy source. I will vouch for him. Whoa, not 24. Holy smokes. That could have been bad. It puts you in the same trade most of the time. They are a little off. All right. Yeah, thank you for those that are stepping out to help out there. I'm wondering if I want to add some more down here if this thing comes all the way back down. Again, I'm short right now. Blue line is my average entry. I'm going to add 4 more at that red line if it comes back down. That would be giving me a very nice candle if that happens. So again, looking to add 4 more at that red candle. Oh, come on. Beautiful situation here. Come on now, follow through. Beautiful candle here. I just needed to do what they tend to like to do. Come on. Absolutely beautiful situation. It's just a question of, does this candle want to play out? Oh my goodness. What a great looking candle here. Great looking situation. Come on. I am in the green, but I was ideally going to get more than that. All right. Unfortunately, it's putzing around too much, so let me put my stop right there. And this thing's either going to break down right now or it's going to come up and stop me out. I think it'll probably be either a small win or a modest, small little loss. So I'll put one down there in case I do want to. Again, either break down now or I want out. Come on. Give me that follow through in the candle. You know what? I'm going to cancel that one out. I'm going to leave. That'll be my first profit target. If it can break down through here, I think that is quite reasonable. But at this point, we'll see. This is the MNQ. Again, I am short, trying to see if this candle does want to give me follow through to the downside, but right now it's looking like it's an absolute dirty dog candle and setup here. But I'm being patient. I'm going to give it a try. But in my mind, the breakdown should have happened quicker, but sometimes my patience levels are a little off. So trying to give this thing time. Come on. Man, disappointing. Disappointing to have that beautiful candle and then have it just not really let go. And I am out. So I don't know if that was a winning trade or losing trade, but either way, it was very modest in either direction. Bummer. All right, I can get rid of that trend line. It served its purpose. Man, that was so beautiful as it came back down and then just did not follow through. It happens. It happens. Yeah, you're welcome, Gilbert. All right, on to potentially the next one. Sometimes you can be in the right spot and you can have your position just like you want to be positioned, and it just doesn't quite work out. Oh, great. Are you going to sucker me in? Are you going to whisper in my ear for another one if you come back down? I think I got to take this. Is this going to be the time? All right, I'm trying. Okay. Is this finally going to be the time? Come on. Again, beautiful looking candle. I am short. Blue line is my entry. That green line is my initial profit target. Does it want to let go? There's clearly some sellers here as they keep knocking the price down, but the sellers are not strong enough right now to actually push down through where these buyers are hanging around down here. We are still in a bear flag. Yep. Trying to go with the trend here. Trend has been kind of coming down. Come on, just unleash the Kraken. There we go. Come on. Now there. Come on, momentum. Show up. Come on. It will dump. Hey, calm down with the it will statements. There's no guarantees in the market. Intellectual humility goes a long way, folks. Good grief. Come on, brother. Come on. All right. Took one out just because I've given this thing plenty of time. Hey, Cruz, you're about to be put in timeout. I don't like people that lack intellectual humility. I'm going to move down that target now. Cruiz said that there's a dump coming, like, for sure. He said it will dump. Dump incoming. All right. If I don't get this fill here, I'm banning you, Cruiz, because you lied to me. You said a dump is coming. Okay. I better be able to get this, because that's not even really considered a dump. That's just a little modest move down. All right. Stop is in green territory at least. So, yeah. Let's see if this thing wants to keep on coming. Come on. Come on. I don't want to have to ban Cruiz. Now, notice how clever Cruiz was. He never gave us a time frame. He never said in the next X amount of time. So that's why I can't stand comments like that. They're always made by people that keep it so open-ended, they can never be accused of being wrong. That's the biggest pet peeve. People trying to avoid any sort of accountability. Good, I am short. This green line here is my first target. DJ Magic, hello. And if he would have said that in the next 5 years, it will dump, I would respect that a lot more than some broad, open-ended statement, it will dump. Or dump incoming. Yeah, like incoming in the next 10 seconds, 10 minutes, 10 hours, 10 days. That's what it drives me nuts. People trying to just avoid in any way, shape, or form being held accountable. Come on down. Come on. Don't do that. Hit me. Fill me. Are you serious? Are you serious, Clark? All right, well, at this point, I'm going to go down some more then. I will move my stop a little bit more. Again, the blue line is my entry. This is my stop. So it'll be a winning trade no matter what. Just trying to figure out how big of a winning trade will it be. And I'm going to move this down some more because if it comes down, I think I can get some more momentum. So there we go. Then I'll also be able to move my stop down more to the high of that candle now. There we go. All right, let's see if we can get another bit of momentum to the downside. Aiming for that. Now I keep moving this down. Uh-oh. I'm about to get stopped. Come on, just come back down. Come on, brother. Come on, brother. Come back down. There you go. Come on. No. 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 And I'm stopped out. All right. All right, nice little trade there. Leading indicator of the selling pressure right there and right there. And finally, the sellers overwhelmed these stubborn little buyers that were hanging around down here for quite a while. I wouldn't say destroyed them because it's not like it was a total collapse, but supply ultimately overwhelmed demand. Hey, we are still 28 likes away from that 200 like mark, so our pace has slowed down. If we're gonna go beyond the 3-hour mark on the live stream, got to get this up to 200 likes. One tweet away from new highs, or one tweet away from new lows. Both that's true. Oh, there it finally goes. That's all right. 30, 2010, go, go, go. Oh, goodness. Yeah, I just realized how rough it was for that Cruise Nation guy. Shows up, says NQ. Okay. Trend reversal. What does that even mean? It will dump. Dump incoming. And then when I asked them to specify, hey, next time, just you got to give us some. You got to be a little more specific, or better yet, give us your trade plan. Like Cruise, had you given us a trade plan? So, for example, if you had said like you're getting short here, your stop is here, and then your target is right here, and you had told us all of this when the price was like right here, like, dude, man, that would have been so impressive. We would have all been high-fiving you, giving you shout-outs, saying good job, but you weren't. You were just super broad and super open-ended. So that's why we're always staying around here. The chef's kiss is give us an entry point, a stop loss, and a target. Those three numbers ahead of time. And then that way, that's where the ultimate credibility. That's where like the back slaps and the high fives all come from. Well, at this point, are we headed? Let me just bring over the 5-minute. Are we headed for a potential double bottom? This is our one. So is something like this now in the works? That's kind of where my broad mind is at right now. So it's more a question of, I guess, still be bearish biased until it gets down there, because this is clearly downtrend right now. Downtrend within an overall downtrend. But yeah, once it gets down to this area here, my bearish bias would go away, and I'd be very unsure. If you kept your original stop loss, you would have made more money. Yes, if I bought Bitcoin 20 years ago, I would be on a private island right now. Cool story, huh? If I would have shorted here, and if I would have covered there, I would have made a lot more money than what I did today. Here's a pointer. If you want to drive yourself insane as a trader and never be able to trust yourself as a trader and always be upset at yourself as a trader, play the if game with yourself. Probably going to be an inverse cup and handle, but let's see. I appreciate the intellectual humility there, Chameleon. Probably. Great. But let's see. I like that. That's, yeah, shoulda, woulda account. Yeah, my if account is, I'm worth more than Elon Musk times 10 in my if account. My if trading account, I am very green, okay? I'm very, very, very green in my if account. Okay, the answer as always to all these questions. Hey, Clay, why don't you use this? Hey, Clay, why do you use that? Because it works for me. Just experiment. Just experiment. That's that. I don't know why, because I don't want to have 8 million lines. That's great. If you find it to be really good in trends like this, then go for it, Matt. That is the one beautiful thing about trading, is you can go and experiment with zero risk with whatever you want to see what works for you or what doesn't work for you. Because when people ask me that, like, my answer seems so like condescending, and I don't mean, why don't you do it? Because it just doesn't, like, I just don't. It doesn't work for me. I don't like it. Why don't you like it? And then the other person gets all insecure. Well, why don't you like it? It's like, I don't mean it that way. I just mean that this is what I like to look at. That is the reason. It just, well, I don't even know if I've ever experimented. Maybe I have. I don't know. Yeah, unfortunately, that you have there zero. Like I said, nobody's impressed. Unfortunately, Crew is Nation, because you never gave us a time plan. Your comments was so open ended. May go to 600. I mean, that's true. It may also go down to 400. Right, Chase. Because everybody's different. This is why I constantly preach from the mountaintops. Anybody selling you a one-size-fits-all strategy is lying to you. They are deceiving you. Now, if we all put on our business caps and think about it from the business standpoint, that's an easy sales pitch. Hey, I have this strategy, system, concept. Hey, look, it works for me. So therefore, let me sell it to you. That's not how trading works. Everybody's got different risk tolerances. Everybody's are a little bit different. Therefore, there is no one-size-fits-all strategy. That is why my sales pitch for my mentorship is actually really hard to make. Because all I can tell you is I can give you the guardrails, I can teach you the tools, but at the end of the day, it's still going to be up to you to use these tools to build something that works for you. So you mean I still got to do a lot of hard work? Yeah, a lot of hard work. Wait, so I'm paying you, but I still have to do a bunch of hard work? Yes, yes. Well, I'm just going to go pay the person that is just going to tell me a strategy or concept, and then I don't have to do any hard work to figure the stuff out. Right? It's a hard sales pitch for me, but because I'm telling people how it actually works. So that is why you would see YouTubers with a bunch of different things, because there is no one-size-fits-all strategy. At the end of the day, you got to figure out what works for you. Why are you using that, Clay? Because I feel comfortable with it. That doesn't mean what you're doing is bad. Because maybe what you're doing, you feel comfortable with it. All right, I got to stop. All right, wow. All right, here we go. Going for the double. Whoop. Let's try the double bottom here. Did I just miss it? So far, yes. Let's give it. There we go. I'm in. Stop is down there below the low, so not looking like. Nope. That was not a double bottom. It kept going down. Did not care. It did not care at all about that area in the least. I tried to hide below the overnight low, that pink line, but still came down and stopped me out. What a move. Look at the 5 minute here. Just red, 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 red. Is the pink line VWAP? No, the pink line. This is the pink line. That is the 200 period moving average. Dotted yellow is VWAP. What a move. I guess just chase short at this point. I don't know. Maybe I get short, put my stop up here. Never mind. Now there it goes. Wow. Wow. Oh, boy. All right. 5 minute, we're approaching pivot point. Dotted brown line. Is this going to be some kind of bounce point? So keep that in mind. Looking for RSI of 1. All righty. There is no solid entry. To go long here, I mean, you're stepping in front of a knife rolling downhill. To go short here, sort of feels like a FOMO chase. All right, I'm going to try a long there because I can put a stop right below. But if it comes down too much, my risk nope, never mind anymore. My risk profile is going to be too big. Why are we all not just short right now? Give me a 2 if you are short and you're just sitting back enjoying this. Give me a 2. Please tell me there's some 2s in here. All right, Beer Palm. That's good. All right, Jeff. Well, that's fine. If you got runners, at least you're in it. Very Signs, fantastic. Judd's getting short right now. I just passed my test on that move. Good job, Neb. Chase, good job. Still doing QQQ. Good grief. But I'm glad on Monday he'll be doing prop firms. Can we get 13 more likes? Goodness. This thing is about to end at the 3-hour mark. After being at such a good pace, it's like everything just disappeared. You're fighting downside momentum. I mean, I'm not long or anything right now, Keith. Again, if you're not familiar with how the stream works, I will go and stream and keep moving as long as there's interest and people are enjoying. I gauge that via the like button. So, and I have learned now that by the 3-hour mark, we should be at 200 likes. And we're really kind of struggling to get there, which has me questioning now. Maybe I've lost my mojo a little bit. There is a hammer. Is this some kind of bottom? Again, we're right at that pivot point on the 5-minute. We'll see. We'll see. But there is a hammer candle. It's because I'm not singing. That might be it. Yeah, I don't know. But we have hit a slow spot for sure. Start a debate, and you might get the likes you are looking for. Or I might lose a bunch of likes, you know? I don't know. Dangerous trade. I'm going to... Oh, never mind. What would that be? Holy smokes, that's a big stop. That's like 15 points. Bring a kid on. I think my family's gone right now. Interest is unchanged according to Paul. Oh, I get the joke. I get the joke. This may hatting on us. I mean, playing the May game is kind of like the could game. I mean, this may be the head. It may not. We may go down to the bay and eat some hay with Clay. Or we may play with Shea. The 5-minute game, always an interesting one. I am located in what you're seeing is the Eastern time zone. The class is 8 o'clock Eastern. Thank you for that reminder, by the way. Who is that? Mark? Mark will be joining. Just as an FYI, just sparked my memory. But I am offering this tonight. If anybody's interested, I'll put in the chat real quick. Pre-webinar. So, looks like Mark will be joining, but anybody else is... Now, if you're like a battle-hardened veteran and you got your system and your system works great, I'm not quite sure you'll benefit from it. But if you are a beginner trader, struggling trader, I'm confident there'll be some value in there for you. Oh my goodness. Why am I... All right, I'm gonna FOMO wisely. I'm just getting short. Okay, there we go. How is this a wise FOMO? Well, 3 layers. Layer number 1, this is all a prop account. Layer number 2, it's the MNQ. And layer number 3, it is 1 MNQ. But I'm sick and tired of it. I'm sick and tired of not making money from the short side had I just FOMO'd. So I did just FOMO, but again, I did it wisely. So even if I'm right, I'm not going to make a bunch, but good grief, this is ridiculous. Uh-oh. Might be a good reason on why you don't want to FOMO. Better put my stop up here. And that's why you don't FOMO, right there. And then it comes back down. Buying at 394. Alrighty. May the futures gods have mercy on your soul. Clay, if I'm still above 4050 on that account, if the account dead, my hit. Yeah, I mean, if you go below your drawdown, the account is dead with whatever the numbers are. by definition, if you hit your drawdown, it's game over. I mean, this is starting to smell like a bottom here. We'll see. We might get one of my favorite trend lines to draw, though. Let's see. Let's see. The hidden trend line within the movement. Five-minute. Vera, do you use? Vera. Oh, hello, Clay. Thanks for the information you share. What platform? I'll answer that in a little bit. It's not a straightforward question to answer it properly. If it goes above 460, and then where will your stop be? Investing for a living. Where would your stop be? If it goes above 460, fair enough. Where's your stop? Stop loss, 350. 110-point stop? Or is that a typo? Or am I dented? No, my math is there. Am I understanding right? You're 110-point stop? Right, but a 110-point stop. That's what I'm asking. I'm not necessarily asking about your position size. I want to make sure that that wasn't a typo. 110-point stop. Yeah, we are. Our strategies are definitely different then. You are more like a sway trader. Yeah, you day trade, it sounds like, but like you're more like a swing trader who day trades. Sounds like you're willing to hold like for 4 hours at a time. The thought of holding a position for 4 hours makes my skin crawl. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying our strategies are apparently nothing alike. If you're running 110-point stops. Oh, you know who I noticed never showed back up? Mike from yesterday. Remember Mike from yesterday? Kept saying everything was a safe or good long or something like that, and it kept going down, but he just kept saying it's a safe long. Well, it looks so obvious now. Oh, look at that hammer candle. The problem is, though, is that, oh, look right there. There's a nice little hammer. No, failed. Oh, right there. There's a nice little kind of hammer. Failed. I don't run stop losses in my strategy. I just cut losses when I'm wrong. Well, then there you definitely run a stop loss then. I think what you're saying is you don't use hard stops, you use mental stops. I think that's what you actually mean. But you're definitely using stops if you cut losses. Because that's what a stop loss is. 2, 3, 4, and 5, bro. I love it. I'm learning a lot. Well, good. I'm glad to hear that, DeAndre. DeAndre. The hammer bounced right off the daily 9 EMA. Cool. Today has been one of my worst live stream sessions. Today has been, it's been a very bizarre day for me. Because I had a really good day at the opening bell, everything like that. Made some good money in my pro account. I mean, just a really, really good morning. And then the live stream, talk about like polar opposites of a day. It's been a very bizarre day. Very bizarre. So right now, the previous session close, which is that orange line right there, is definitely the resistance for the time being. Will it remain resistance? That is the question. No. I'm happy. I was just goofing around for sure. Like I said, the video I have planned, I'd be too scared to not be able to do the video by losing something. So, I don't know. I think I have to do a short here. So here's the plan. I'll leave that there. If it comes up to the orange line and then comes back down here, I got to get short. That's close enough. All right. Now, if it violates above the orange line, this whole plan goes away. But I got to do it. That's just a nice RVR. Again, if it comes up through this orange line, that will invalidate my current plan. Again, trying to get short at the red line there. Getting close. Close. And I'll be locking in my stop right away. Close. I'm in. There we go. Come on down now. Oh, don't be blink. Why do you got to blink? Put my first profit target right there. Oh, I can't stand when it blinks. Why does Tradeovate do that sometimes? All right, I am short, and now it's just a matter of does it want to actually officially get smacked back down from that orange line. So third time, it has come up there, gotten rejected. Now it's just, does it actually want to give any follow-through, or did I get suckered in? Always a potential as a trader, you get suckered into something. So we'll see. Given how today is gone, I would say get long. Because I got short, therefore, longs are probably about to make money. Given how the live stream has gone today, get long. Because I got short. See you later, Chase. Have a good one. I'm wondering if I should throw in some more if it breaks down through here. Yeah, why not? Again, if it wants to come down here to the red line, I'll add in 3 more. And then I'll have a max size of 6. And let's see if it does actually want to get rejected off the orange line. Okay, I'm in. So let's see if it wants to roll over. I'm not going to be adding any more, but let's see. I know that blue line is annoying. I don't know why it does it, but it does it. Again, I am short. Blue line is my entry. Green line above is my stop. Very simple premise. We're in a downtrend. We've gotten a bounce. It's been rejected from that orange line several times now. So let's just see if it actually wants to get rejected and then come down. Come on. No! Oh, you idiot. Oop, cancel it all out. I forgot to change that to 1 so I could scale out. You. Well, I guess just for my mental sanity, it's frustrating no matter what, but for my mental sanity, I hope this thing explodes. That way I can look back and be like, hey, Clay, your stupidity paid off. But if this thing comes down, oh boy. Oh boy, stand by for tilt. So if you want to see tilt, what you want to be rooting for right now is for the price to come down through here and then start to work its way down. So if you want to see tilt, that's what you should be rooting for. But what I'm rooting for is please just come up above that orange line, because that's where my stop was, and that'll make me feel better about my stupidity. So if you are on Team Tilt, Team I love to see live streamers on YouTube, go on Tilt. Like I said, what you are rooting for is this thing. Okay. Okay. That's still a super frustrating move, though. All right. I think I would have been, maybe. Close. If it comes up more, I would have been, yeah, all right. I would have definitely been stopped out. All right. So I do feel better that my stupidity actually did lead to a green trade and save me from a red one. But nonetheless, that's a nasty, dirty dog move. Zach W. Zach W says, always on tilt. Come on, Zach. Come on, brother. Eat some donuts. That always makes... No, I'm fasting today. I can't have donuts today. Blew my combine out the water. Well, Fat, at least you were in a prop account, so that's good. But hey, good news is, Fat, go sign up for Take Profit Trader. They have a great deal right now. Like the best deal I think they may have ever offered. So go sign up for them. Right up to the 21 EMA and rejected. If you're not aware, right now, Take Profit, code Clay. Not only do you get 40% off, and you get no activation, but they will refund 100% of your test. So the banner you see at the top of the screen, that 102 for the 50K, if you pay the 102, they will refund you back that 102 after, assuming you've passed the test, and then you get payouts. So with your first payout request in the Pro, part of that payout will include the 102. In other words, you could literally have the Pro account at $0. Your little risk could be quite literally zero. Because remember, with the prop firm anyways, your risk is only the amount that you pay for the account. But if they refund you back what you paid for the account, then you literally have zero at risk. So Splat, go sign up with Take Profit Trader. Very, very good deal right now. Code Clay will give you that deal. So keep that in mind. Temporary too. They said a week. It'll be going on for a week as of today. But there you go. FYI on a very, very good deal. If I have a pro account already, do I get charged monthly? No, that's one of the awesome things too about Take Profit Trader. Maybe other prop firms do it too, but once you pass the test and go from the test into the pro, the monthly fees go away. So in all actuality, you could kind of work the system, pass a test, and then just keep it pro, and you'll get live data for free every month because there are no more monthly fees in the pro account. You still get live market data, but at no extra charge. Because again, per your question, once you pass the test, the monthly fees go away. Oh, wow. What a rejection right off the 21 EMA. Oh, wow. Did anybody take that short? No, I don't do keto. I don't believe in diets that cut out fruit groups such as or food groups such as fruits. Like fruits are pretty healthy for you. So yes, I'm not on team diets that cut out entire food group. Now, if you cut out like processed food group, that's different. But like not being allowed to eat fruit, yeah, I'm gonna have to go ahead and disagree on that. And not to mention, keto came from like people with unique medical conditions. But like normal people, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm going to keep eating my apples and bananas and watermelons and strawberries. Keto allows fruits, just the low-carb, expensive ones. Yeah, well, I'm getting the same benefits as keto with fasting, and then I can eat whatever I want. Because you can put yourself in a ketosis with fasting also. Market conditions continue to bless us. Yeah, depends. Anybody going long here did not feel blessed by market conditions. But to be fair, if you're going short through all this, you are definitely feeling blessed by market conditions. Carnivore with raw honey and berries has been a game changer. Yeah, all the diets, just basically diets that work, especially carnivore. At the end of the day, it works because you're not eating sugar. It's not letting you eat sugar. For the most part. I understand there's sugar in honey and berries, but like that's why the sugar from fruits doesn't, assuming you're eating whole fruits, it doesn't hurt you. The sugar is nothing to be concerned about. Yeah, that's ultimately, I had a buddy, I don't know if Mark's still here, but Mark did the carnivore, but he said it threw off his digestive tract. And it was super hard to maintain because, like, having to only eat meat sounds good at first, but then you're like, oh, great, more meat. I love food and don't like eating healthy. It's boring. Greasy foods make me happy. I mean, that's fine. That's fine. When you're dying of a heart attack at age 55, I hope as you fall to the ground, worth it. Worth it. Ugh. Wow. What a dirty rat move that was. Oh my goodness. Think of... I would be on tilt so bad right now. Think about it. Think about all the shorts. Well, let me put it this way. Disciplined shorts. Undisciplined shorts are getting paid with fool's gold. Disciplined shorts got stopped out somewhere around here, right? Very evident stop loss location right there. And it's not like it just barely came up through there. Now, the only short that maybe survived, and I could see, is maybe if they were hiding up above the 21 EMA, fine, those survived. But you got to believe there are definitely a good amount of shorts that got stopped out in this little area right here. And then to see that happen right after you get stopped out, oh my goodness. Did you get a Take Profit Trader account, Fat Splat? And it's only going worse for him now. Oh my goodness. You're not waiting long enough. Don't buy in so quick. Huh? Well, with a short, I'm selling to get in. Wow. Oh my, oh my goodness. Can you imagine the shorts just totally on tilt right now? There are people in this world right now that have lost their mind. Yeah, exactly, Geo Belfi. Careful with the, exactly. Never mind. Hopefully you didn't take that trade. You're not waiting long enough. Oh, never mind. Yeah. Let's keep the armchair quarterback commenting to a minimum, please. I thought you roasted your account, Fat Splat. Did you finally get a Take Profit Trader one? Yeah, again, if you were short trying to play this bear pennant like I was doing, I mean, fantastic vision. I see what you were saying. I was trying to do the same thing. If you got stopped out around this area, I get it. You had these highs of these candles, put it above it, stopped out, and then to see that, oh my goodness. What a savage move to do to the shorts. Man. I've reached my profit limit. Zach, you got to fire up more horses, man. Racehorse model. Start training new horses, brother. Start training new horses. Wow. Do I feel grateful. My stupidity totally. Today feels like such a win now. Man. I get it. If you're brand new, you probably don't understand how like savage of a move this was. But and also, let's think about it from another vantage point. I don't think there was probably as many people with the shorts, but let's think about longs. You know that there are some people out there saying, "Hey, look at this bull pennant, bull pennant." So they bought the breakout right here. We're feeling great as the breakout went a little bit in their favor, and then ba-boom. Wow. Savage, savage move for anybody trying to play a bull pennant breakout. Man, today has been a unique one, that's for sure. Wild. Wild stuff. Lost on that trade. Can't afford steroids anymore. Well, good thing there's chicken breast. There you go, Zach. There you go. But congrats on maxing it out today. Hey, friendly reminder, hit that like button. Let's get this up to at least 225 likes sooner than later. Surely we got 20 likes sitting out there somewhere. So if you have not yet hit the like button, we gotta get a run up to 225 likes here. Christina, hi Clay, hope you're having a good life. Well, same to you, Christina. That how nice was that? Talk about the exact opposite of a troll. Somebody shows up and says, "Hi Clay, hope you're having a lovely day." Like, are you even real? I don't believe people that nice exist. Christina, type ABC in the chat box real quick. ABC. We've learned over the months that a great way to spot a bot is if they're not going to be able to type ABC. They'll just, it's a bot. Yeah, we'll see. It's too hard to imagine somebody that nice exists. Again, Christina, can you type ABC, please? Oh my goodness, she is actually that nice. Wow. Wow. The antithesis of a troll right there on display from Christina. So here's his philosophical question. You say cute girls are sweet, or is it their sweetness that makes them cute? I think I'm more on team there's a girl's sweetness is what makes her attractive. Because if you're looking at a really attractive woman and then she starts going, ew. So I don't know. I'll leave that up for debate. Wit claims cute girls are sweet. My counter to that is, or is it the sweetness that makes them cute? I don't know. Just a deep philosophical thought right there. AI is getting smarter. Well, Zach W., maybe you're a bot. Broker name. The broker I'm using is twofold. I'll go through it very quickly. So fold number one, level number one, I'm doing future trading through a prop firm. So I'm using Take Profit Trader. That's who you see at the top of the screen there. So step one would be go to that link, choose your purchasing power. Again, make sure you use code CLAY so you get the 40% off and other discounts. But you would select your purchasing power. So that's step one. Then after you do that, they're going to ask you what broker do you want to use, what platform, and I'm using Tradeovate. The key thing here is you do not need to go to Tradeovate and go through the application process there. You get to skip that headache step because the prop firm will do all that for you. Then they'll send you the login information. And then at that point, you go to Tradeovate and log in. And then that is who I am seeing. Oh my goodness. It is who I use and who you are seeing here. So again, layer number one, I'm with a prop firm. Through that prop firm, I'm using Tradeovate. Just wanted to put some positivity out there because I've been watching a while, not part of the team or anything, but really appreciate you. I've learned a lot. Well, thank you, Christina. See, there are nice people that still exist. And the bleeding continues. Bought. Sold out for a little scalpy scalp. A little scalpy scalp. Nice little scalpy scalp. Fair warning, as always, I have to give a disclaimer. My lawyer says, if you say scalpy scalp, it's very addicting. But here's where the lawyer say I have to offer the ultimate disclaimer. If you say scalpy scalp, like little scalpy scalp, you will become addicted and you will run around your house. You will run at your kids going scalpy scalp, or you're going to go up to your wife, you know, as you're kind of, never mind, I got to keep this G-rated and be on scalpy scalp. If you're a woman, you'll be running up to your husband going, again, G-rated show, scalpy scalp. So just full disclosure, okay? Be careful if you say it. Ah, you dirty rat. Scalpy scalp turned out to be the wrong choicey choice. But that's also my hindsight account, right? Who was it? Somebody earlier was like, well, you could have done that. Well, yes. Once again, my could account. Or my if. I think it was the if account, right? Somebody was like, well, if you had done that. Well, yes. So, yes, if I had not chosen scalpy scalp, I'd be doing way better. Short 381. I mean, I'm a hindsight critiquing you, Mark, but I don't know if getting short right after a hammer forms is the best time to be getting short. Unless you got short as the hammer was forming. If that's the case, then... But yeah, shorting, again, I have hindsight bias, but like, I would be scared of short. Like I said, I would be scared of short pretty much, I don't know, probably starting there. Because at that point, going short seems like a FOMO. It feels like a chase. It'd also be very sketchy to go long because it feels like catching a knife. So like these moments here where it becomes almost an untradeable move, because like going short doesn't make a lot of sense because are you FOMO chasing? Going long doesn't make a lot of sense because are you just trying to flat out catch a falling knife? So yeah, you kind of, in some senses, chase the short. Fear of missing out. Fear of missing out. FOMO. Now, it's not like you chase. You did let the price come up to you, which is better than like shorting down here. Well, I would have been long. What is happening with the markets? Why is it tanking? What is the news? I have no idea. Actually, well, I mean, technically speaking, oh, no, I guess no. We're down 300 points now, aren't we? All right, let's see. Let me give you, well, ASD, I do have the answer for you. I don't think it's quite the answer you're actually wanting. Why are we falling? Well, we're falling because supply is very much so overwhelming demand right now, right? If there are more sellers in the market, then there are buyers, prices will go down. So that is actually why, because at the end of the day, that's what the market is, supply and demand. What you're asking, though, is why is there more supply than demand? Why is there more sellers and buyers? And I don't know, take a guess. Nobody actually knows that. I mean, the headlines will give you all sorts of guesses. Sometimes you can have a good guess, but... Ooh, maybe that's why. Market sees dwindling odds of a September interest rate cut. Good. Yeah, keep the rates the same. Do it, Powell. Do it. Is it Forex? No, this is futures. Futures day trading makes Forex look like paint drying. Please stop day trading Forex. Well, let me take that back. If you enjoy watching paint dry, I guess day trade Forex. If you enjoy getting volatile action maybe 7 times a year when there's world drama going on, then day trade Forex. Rates may go up in September. That is true, but they're also seemingly like the market's starting to think, at least according to this headline, markets see dwindling odds of a September interest rate cut from the Fed. That would be amazing. Would love to see it. I enjoy eating paint. Yeah, me too. My favorite flavor is green. Is this another little short here? Maybe. Short, stop, 10-point stop. Let's dance. Let's dance. Do I really want to risk $100 on it? Oh, never mind. Never mind. As I looked down at my P&L, I thought, okay, if I add in 100, I missed it. Well, we'll paper trade it. There's where my stop would have been. Ooh, okay. Yeah, hopefully it comes up there and hits me. That way I won't feel bad about it. Go up there, hit that crosshair. What an afternoon, though. Yeah, it sounds like it's, I'm just, like I said, looking at the headlines, it looks like a clown fiesta. Looks like a clown fiesta of news out there. We have... So this seems like that would be good. Trump extends Mexico's tariffs for 90 days as talks continue. But then you have that. That's what I was reading from my phone. Market sees dwindling odds of September rate cut. So that seems like, okay, probably not good. Oh, that's what I want to see there. Thanks, Trump. That won't halt price rises. Good. As somebody that's trying to build a house right now, I can't wait. Thanks, Mr. Trump, for sending my plumbing bill skyrocketing. That's fantastic. Thanks. Maybe I guess I just won't use copper. I guess I can get around using copper. Maybe that'll be my workaround. Yeah, I don't know. Appeals court skeptical of Trump tariff authority. Yeah, it sounds like kind of news all over the place. Seems like news going everywhere. Where are you? I'm in America. Where are you at, Rafi? Rafu? Love the news. Everything. No, that's the part though. The Mexican thing was good. They're halting the tariffs for another 90 days or whatever. Double bottom here. I don't have the guts to take it. Maybe I should be trying to double bottom here. Don't have the heart to do it. Oh, yeah, doggone it. Remember, I was going to try to get short. I guess I don't remember. Would I have been stopped out there? I'm not sure. Use PEX piping. All right, I'll have to keep that in mind. What is PEX piping? Is that like 2B stuff? PEX piping. Oh, that stuff. Okay. I'm going to have to. Even if I wanted to use copper, I can't do it anymore. Uh-oh, plastic. Aren't I going to get myself cancer? What kind of degen crackheads are... Oh, great. Bunch of degens in here want me to get cancer. It's like plastic. So it's worse than plastic? Oh, boy. Bunch of degen, plastic, smoking members here. All those prices you mentioned are already priced in. Well, I don't care if they're already priced in. That's the point. They've already gone up in price. Did anybody see this? It was hilarious. And, shout out to Elon Musk. The White House tweeted out that tariffs have raised $150 billion. And then somebody was like, hey, what is it, Grok? His AI? Is that how you say it, Grok? Am I right when I say Grok? Am I pronouncing that right? Okay, Grok. And it was like, hey, Grok, the government claims to have collected $150 billion. Who did they collect this $150 billion from? And describe this in like 3 or less words. And Grok came back. Maybe some of you have seen this. Grok came back. American consumers. Exactly. Because tariffs are just a tax. Yes, tariffs raise revenue for the government. It's just a tax. It's just another way of a tax. But it was funny. It was pretty good. It's like, all right, Grok understands economics 101. Shout out to Grok. It feels so wrong to be shorting down here, but we have at least gotten a little bit of consolidations here. Let's see. And short. Out for a little scalpy scalp there. A little scalpy scalp. So there we go. Another quick little short. Oh, don't do that. Come on, make me look smart for once on this live stream. Good grief. Why couldn't I have gotten out for the scalpy scalp and then it just skyrocketed up? And then I would have looked like a genius. Matt, man, seriously, ask Perplexity. The U.S. government has claimed to have collected $150 billion in revenue from tariffs. And then how did that word it? It was perfectly worded. Where exactly did the government collect this $150 billion from? Let me know what it says. I'm curious. I don't know if that's phrased the right way. But pretty much it's asking, okay, yeah, it's collected $150 billion. Where did that come from? Hey, Ace, good to see you. Kind of my ego voice is showing up. My ego voice right now is saying, all right, brother, this is the plan, brother. You're on live stream. You look stupid quite a bit. So let's get a little aggressive. Let's see if we can get this red number back to green. That's literally what's going through my mind right now. The ego live stream voice has made an appearance in my mind. Telling me to get aggressive. It's not going to take much. In fact, you know what? Maybe hop over to the NQs. Maybe just hop over to the NQ. Christina, you've been so kind. Now you want me to go in degen mode? Christina, that's savage. You were so nice. And now you're rooting for me to just lose my cool and let my ego take over? Christina, what happened? What happened, Christina? From, hello, I hope your day is going lovely, to, hey, listen to that ego voice. Let the good times roll. What are your thoughts on silver tanking? I have no thoughts on, I have zero thoughts. I mean, let me put it this way. I could give you thoughts, but they're not thoughts you want because they would be thoughts that are based out of literally nothing because I don't care about precious metals like that. So yes, I could give you my thoughts, but I'm telling you right now, trust me, you don't want my thoughts. I'm down 10K on a 50K account and my account still has... Who's your prop firm? I guess I don't know if that'd be a prop firm issue. Maybe that'd be more of the where you're using. That's what 10 minutes of Clay's stream will do to you. See that again? Gotcha. Again, everybody, from a live streamer perspective, if you want to be, if you want to interact most valuably, if that's a word. Avoid words such as it's, that's, they, yes, no, because I realize when you hear me say something, you just start to reply. Like that's or it's or yes or no. But you have to remember, there's a little bit of a delay. So what I'm saying right now, you don't hear until like 3 to 5 seconds from now. So in that time span, I probably said a bunch of other stuff. So I don't know what it's referring to. If you say they, I don't know who they is referring to. If you say yes, I don't know what you're saying yes to. So Neb says, that's what 10 minutes of Clay's stream will do to you. I don't know what that means, Neb, because I don't know what that means. You got to talk. The more specific you can be, the better. So my little suggestion from a live streamer to you, and no matter what live streamer's channel you're on, they will appreciate you being specific in your answers. We believe in you. We want your thoughts and appreciate your savage as well. We all learn either way. That's true. If I go down with, if my ship goes down, Christina's got a good point. You guys can still learn from my ship going down. The problem is my ship is going down. Are you short, Mark? Are you short? I hope so, because you're getting that breakdown, brother. Where are you short at? Give me your entry point. Let's go. Give Mark that breakdown. 376? Woo! And you still have some shares? Or you still have contracts? Yeah, nice. How many contracts do you still have? Please tell me you're at 6 NQs right now. Clay, silver and gold are supposed to be a hedge. Yep, they are. I don't like precious metals as a hedge. I like land. I like real estate better. Why? Well, because you can't really you could play on a piece of gold. I don't know what you would do, but I can play on my land. I can go hunting on my land. I can build stuff on my land. I can garden on my land. So I prefer, please tell me you're still in. No, Mark, why would you just get stopped out? Granted, I'm totally hindsight trading. Look how much you just lost out on. Let it breathe, brother. Let it breathe. But it could have been so much more. What is going on, though, for real? Like, why are we not all just short? This is unbelievable. But no, I get it. I get it. I have nothing against precious metals. If you wanna use precious metals to preserve wealth, that's fine. Like I said, I just personally choose land and real estate. Because like I said, that's the thing with Bitcoin. It's like, I get it. Bitcoin preserves wealth, blah, blah, blah. But like, you can't play on Bitcoin. Bitcoin is just numbers on a screen. But like my hedge against inflation, my wealth preservation, that being land, like I can go play. I can go play on it. Yep. Come on. Hey, Nathan, what are you talking about? There's no tinfoil hat in that. What do you mean too much supply, not enough demand? We need some tin foil. We need some conspiracy theories. That makes you sound too rational. Trading is wealth preservation. No. If you invested in copper today, you got... Well, didn't copper start down yesterday? Yesterday, wasn't it down like 20% or something insane? For every seller, there is a buyer. Correct. And when there are more sellers than buyers, guess what? Sellers have to sell way lower in order to find where those buyers are at. Exactly, Ace. Although, I'm not sure that's what you're getting at. But that is true. For every seller, there is a buyer. It's a question of where do the sellers find the buyers. And if there's more sellers than buyers, the sellers have to go looking further down to find somebody willing to buy. Come on, brother. Yeah, sugar and processed foods are bad. Robert, I want to say you were on the delay right now. You are not watching this real time, Robert. We had that conversation a good 20 minutes ago. Copper had its even worse than yesterday, Matt, man. I remember reading yesterday about copper having a really bad day. So today it got even worse. Are we headed down to this pivot point now? Next target? What is that? 236? Is that the next target? 236. We'll see what happens. Today is the most beautiful price dump day I've seen in a while. No ranging, just... Yeah, no, exactly. Exactly. Nope. I'm with you there. Back in short at 341. Uh-oh. Stop 359. All right, I think you're stopped out. I may join this short if this wants to come back down. 551 up to... Hey, slow down. Good. All right, well, there goes... $51 to $61. All right, it's pushing up too high. Now my risk profile is getting bigger than what I'd want. All right, we'll reset. Let's see if this thing can get up to the 21 EMA. I mean, I am bearish on this thing until, like, I don't know. But, like, I do not believe the bulls until the bulls actually give me something to believe. But here, anybody that believe the bulls... Anybody that believe the bulls on that, because remember, that used to be a big green candle. So right here, if you believe the bulls, you're going to get another... Can you tell I'm a dad with my sound effects? All right, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to cook up a short. I don't need a whole lot. I don't need a whole lot. 2. Stop above the 21 EMA. Let's see what happens here, brothers. Okay, I'm short. See if we can get a rejection down. Come on, come down, come down, come down. Need more than that. Need more than that, brother. You're long? All right, Laura. Well, may the best mind win. Wow, I couldn't even get my little profit target off there. It's putzing around here so much. Trying to lighten the load a little bit. All right, there we go. Load lightened. Still could be a losing trade, but it will now be more modest because I've lightened out the position. But yeah, this is putzing around here a little bit more than what I want. But maybe I'm not being patient enough. That's why I'm going to hang on to a contract. So again, could still be an overall losing trade. It will just be a little more modest because I put a little profits in my pocket. But more importantly, my risk is minimized because I reduced position size. See if it wants to get rolling back down. Let's see if we can get another... That's what I'm looking for. This is the setup. How's that for cool terminology? I don't even use... I use sound effects. I'm taking all this to a new level. Hey, Clay, is this the setup? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Veronica doesn't believe this is real? Isn't there a song that I could be singing right now with Veronica in it? Look at this, Veronica. It's going to my favor. Okay, I'm moving it down for Veronica. This trade is now dedicated to Veronica, and I'm going to move this down. Look at this. Veronica, I'm making you money right here. No, come down for Veronica. Don't do... No. No, let's make this a really good trade for Veronica. Come back down. Come on. Do it for Veronica. I heard she's very nice. Yeah, there you go. There you go. There you go. Come on. Come on. Do it for Veronica. There you... No, down. Down. No. Red. Red. Veronica likes red. No. No, hey, hey. That. All right. Sorry, Veronica. I tried. I made you a little money. Yeah, how do you... You can't. It's unspellable. It's just... So the setup, it kind of worked out. I got a little bit of a... But not a whole lot. That's crazy. That's crazy that your prop firm's just still letting you go. Clearly a glitch in the system. Man, I might want to get short here again. I like the RVR. Stop above here. I will, actually. This is all kidding aside, this is a good setup. I'm going to keep it very, very tight. So if it wants to hit that green line, I'm going to put an entry right here. And then I can have a very, very tight. So basic premise. Is the 21 EMA actually going to reject the price down? Okay, there we go. Red line is my entry if it wants to come back down. I'm in. There we go. Got one out. Come on. Ah. All right, we'll go with one. So, still have one left. Well, I'm glad I reduced position size, that dirty rat. What a dirty rat move that was. Still came out green, though, because I took profits as it went in my favor and then only had one at the highs there. Little scumbag. Rudy is going heavy long. Okay, Rudy, well, where's your stop loss at? Where's your entry and stop loss at, Rudy? Rudy's going heavy long, but we need a little bit more details, Rudy. Oh, he's one of those guys. Rudy's stop loss, I'll assume he's using a prop account, is his account. So it's either Rudy roasts his prop account or he makes money. Bro scalping. Yeah, bro. What do you do, Cosmic? What do you do, bro? Cosmic's over there eating a chicken breast right now with broccoli, drinking his creatine shake, bro. You're wearing a tank top too, aren't you? You're in one of those big old tank tops. Depending on if you do leg day or not, it's going to depend on if you have shorts on. Come on, be honest. How tight are the shorts? How short are they? We all know you're wearing a tank top, bro. Eating that chicken breast. Eating that broccoli shake. With some creatine. You don't even drink creatine, do you? You just sprinkle it on your broccoli. Come on, bro. Man, Rudy is banking. He said he was going heavy long. This is fast and a private war. I don't know what you're... Do you think this is a video game or something? What is a private war? You must be doing squats at the gym. Lack of oxygen to the brain. You're not quite with it. Just take another sip of that creatine, bro. Put down the mirror. Stop flexing in the mirror. Focus. Oh, you shouldn't have eaten chicken skin. I guess chicken skin's got some healthy fats in it. All right. We'll let the chicken skin, we'll let it go. Told wifey I might be able to afford 2 wives if the market keeps blessing us. There you go. There you go. There you go. She'd probably be like, oh, that'd be great if I could get some help picking up after you. Hey, let's get at least 5 more likes. Can we at least get this up to 5 or 225 likes? That'd be good. That'd be good. Stop loss, playing it by ear. Okay. That's got me a little worried that, like, I'll just make it up as I go. You don't drink creatine, do you? You just sprinkle it on your broccoli. That's right. That's right. See? And Cosmic's got a good sense of humor. Look, he's even going to subscribe now. There we go. I like a Like a person with a sense of humor. Is this a short here? Ooh, that's spicy. Oh. Former area of support. Now acting as resistance. Resistance. Does it act as resistance again? Let me cook. Let's see if we can get some confirmation that maybe this wants to act as resistance. I've tried using a stop loss, but it never works in my favor. Well, I mean, is it... I'm not saying this is the case, Rudy. But I would just throw out the suggestion that maybe, just maybe, you're not using the stop loss properly. Like if you're like, man, every time I use a nail gun, it shoots me in the foot. Okay, maybe. Maybe the nail gun is just malfunctioning every time. Maybe it is the nail gun fault. All I'm suggesting is that, is there at least a possibility that maybe you just don't know how to use the nail gun? I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there. But like the fact you're not using a stop loss, Rudy, I know I say here that a lot that there's no guarantees in the market. The one guarantee I can make you, Rudy, is if you're not using stop losses, you're not going to ever find any long-term consistent success. Again, Whit, I know you mean nothing negative by that, but I prefer to keep that firm out of this chat room. Not a fan. Sounds like I'm right to be not a fan today if their platform is freezing up a bunch. What a shame. A platform that freezes up on a day like this when there's so many opportunities. Okay, all right, I'm going to take this short here. Look at this. Double whammy of potential resistance. We have the pivot point and the 21 EMA at 450. Okay, so that's where that's coming from. I will get short at 450. There we go. All right, let's see what happens. Again, this seems kind of random here on the 2-minute, but as I just showed, this is coming from the 5-minute time frame. I should have longed. And you should have also bought Bitcoin 20 years ago. All right, I'm going to adjust it a little bit up. Let's see if we can capture it at that area right there. If this thing just cuts through it, then it'll be a losing trade. Probably not very pleasant, but... yeah, that is so... yeah, that I feel very good about keeping that specific prop firm's name out of here. Huh. On a day like today, so many opportunities out there and their platforms freezing up and everything. Huh. Crazy Chris, again, if you want things like that, join my mentorship. That's the point of the mentorship. But yeah, I can't turn this into a one-on-one, look at everybody's trade plan and tell them my thoughts, or else I will literally turn myself into one trade plan after another after another. Well, bummer. Wait. No, don't tell. How did I... it hit right off there on the 5-minute. It never hit. Did I adjust that order out of range? I don't remember ever getting that close. I know I moved it up some. My order was like 450. Okay, yeah. What? That's very confusing because on the... okay, I guess it was just shy. But look at that. Right on the 5-minute. Oh, yeah, look. It was actually 48.50 as the entry point, not 50. Whoops. Right off of that area for the scalp. That's what I was... right there. Look at that. The double whammy. Strikes. I thought that was 450. It was actually, yeah, now that I look at it more closely, 448. Buddy who used Silk Road explained when it was 87 cents. Yeah. Should have bought it, Whit. According to some people in here, tell me I should have done stuff or should have this. Can't wait. I'll join soon. Sounds good, Crazy Chris. What MA is magenta? Uh-oh. Assuming you're defining this as magenta, that is a 50-period simple moving average. All right, it's going back up there, but I don't know if I trust it for another rejection here on the 5-minute. Okay, yeah, I'm not sure I trust it as much. If the 5-minute comes up here and revisits that double whammy point again, I'm not sure I trust it as much as the first time. Hey, if you have not yet, make sure you hit that like button. Let's try to see if we can make a run up to 250 likes. That'd be I'd consider this a good one, a winner of a live stream today. Can you look at the 2-minute real quick, my friend? This is the 2-minute right here. We're always looking at, well, not always, 97.32% of the time we are looking at the 2-minute, Rudy. Very untrustworthy. Really? I gotta agree to disagree on a very untrustworthy day. I mean, how is this sort of action from the short side untrustworthy? I mean, this is just... I mean, right there, finally, yeah, fair enough. But, like, this has been a very nice trending day. Choppy days can be very untrustworthy. I would not consider today choppy at all. I mean, I wish every day traded like this, brother. Oh, boy. I think I might have to try this again. There, up to there. 38. That is wild. How is that like a 14-point stop? Am I seeing it? 41. 50. Yeah, that's like a 12-point stop. Goodness. So spicy today. Love it. Love it, brothers and sisters. Trend overnight and trend day in regular session. Oh, boy. All right. Hey, Cosmic Chronicles, a little intellectual humility goes a long way. You think that will happen, but don't say it will hit, then reverse. You think it will. Okay, going to get short at that red line. Stop above. Let's just see if it wants to get rejected off this moving average here. Assuming it wants to come back down. Tight risk. That's why I like these ones. Nice little risk profile. Assuming it comes back down. I'm waiting for confirmation. Red line is my entry point. Trying to get short. Okay, I'm in. Are you serious? Don't do that. Don't sucker me in and then just go straight back up. Come on, purple line. Don't let me down. There we go. There we go. Now, look, I almost want to add now, seeing this candle forming. Almost want to add. I'm going to hold off for now, but okay. There we go. Come on, purple line. Shove the price down. Now that blinking blue line is so obnoxious. Come on. I need to get off. I'm up 4K payout today. Oh, man, Loyal Wiz, good job. Yeah. See you later. No need to tempt yourself. Are you doing the racehorse model, Loyal Wiz? Are you still working on passing tests while you got these pros? While you got these racehorses in the game? I think that's what you're doing. Maybe go trade. Maybe go just trade some of your training accounts. Will it get rejected off of the purple line? There we go. Take off a little bit there. Still could be a losing trade, but not as much because I am... Are you serious? Are you serious, Clark? All right, I got one left. So still might be a losing trade. I'm not sure on the math. I think I'm good no matter what, given I did take 2 of the 3 out. There we go. All right, let's move the stop loss down some more. So again, still might lose money on this last contract. Okay, Cosmic, here's the way we do things around here. Give us your trade plan ahead of time. So give us your entry, your target, and your stop loss. Give us those 3 numbers before the price gets there. Anything else is just a form of hindsight trading, armchair quarterbacking, broad statement trading. But if you can give us those 3 numbers ahead of time, even if you're wrong, you'll still have nothing but respect because at least we can follow what you're thinking about ahead of time. So yeah. What's the EMA on the lowest line? This is the 21 EMA. But I would also say stop assuming everything is an EMA, and I'm stopped out. So I think that was a slight winner. For example, this here is not an EMA. That is an SMA. I think I said that wrong, or weird. SMA. You still have not started Pam's Planet yet, K-Storm? You are like an old timer around these parts. Are you truly telling me that you still have not started Pam's Plant? Well, what chart are you looking at? Going long here. And again, Rudy, with no stop loss. Rudy is he's just here to go long. He's not here to use stop losses. For my peace of mind, can you at least confirm that you're in a prop account? Like you're doing this in a prop account, right? You're not using your own funds behaving like this? Okay, good. That makes me feel better. Not that I agree, but that makes me feel better. Oh, my camera. Okay, I went out of focus. How did I do that? I got to get myself back in focus. We've had that before, but then I learned it's just because I go out of focus. I think it should be fine now, right? Rudy. 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 Name the movie. Rudy. 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 Name the movie. Name the movie. I'm going long on the S&P 500. Why, Pablo? How about you trade futures, Pablo? Start to work smarter, not harder. That's actually a great question because the name of the movie is in the quote itself. Rudy. That's the name of the movie. Oh, man, this 5 minutes looking kind of delicious from a short perspective. Look at this. Is this thing getting ready to roll back over? I don't know. But these candles are looking a bit sketchy. And when these candles are forming at this pivot point and at the 21 EMA, you got buns of steel if you're going long here. Buns of steel if you're long. Again, I'm not saying you can't make money from the long side. I'm just saying you got more nerves than I do. Buns of steel. I have faith it's going up. Okay, well, we call that just holding and hoping, Rudy. I mean, let's all just shoot straight. If you really don't actually know what you're doing as a trader, if you think it's smart to just not use a stop loss. I'm not trying to be a jerk. I'm just saying that would be a telltale sign that you're kind of just making stuff up as you go. If you have arrived, I'll say that again for anybody. If you have arrived at the conclusion to I'm just not going to use stop losses, I will tell you, and don't take my word for it, ask any trader you trust. They will tell you you don't know what you're actually doing. There is a flaw somewhere in your thinking. If you have arrived at the conclusion, I'm just not going to use stop losses. Because the problem with that is this. You could have a 97% win rate. And then it's just that 3% that just destroys your 97%. Is it actually going to push up through those areas on the 5-minute? Maybe. You in this short right now, Mark? I could see Mark being short right now. This seems like a setup you'd want to be short in. Now I'm trading on faith. Okay, well, I've never heard of faith working from a trading perspective. Yep, time will tell indeed, Trader Don. Time will tell. Hindsight is the ultimate judge for sure. You gotta have faith. Maybe. Hey, K-Storm, why are you ignoring... K-Storm, again, are you telling me you still have not done a prop firm yet? Because you're like an old schooler. Like, you have been here almost from the start. Are you seriously saying that you've never done a prop firm yet? Like, am I understanding this right? Or am I dented? Roland is getting short at 481. And then where would your stop be, Roland? Where is your stop, brother? Roland, if I remember right, is from Finland. And I'm glad to see Roland's back because I think he got timed out last week or a couple weeks. So I'm glad to get 498. All right. So 17-point stop. Gotcha. I really went to keep trading, but I'm a little... Yeah, Zach, if you're a little under the influence, probably not the best idea to keep on trading. I guess if you really want to, I'd say just make sure it's in a prop account. And make sure it's in a test account, not like a funded or pro account or whatever. But I don't know. I guess in theory, maybe you trade better under the influence. I don't know. In theory, maybe we as traders should take a couple... what are those? Puffs, I think what I'm saying. We should take a couple puffs from the meth pipe and then start trading. In theory, maybe that's the best way to go about it. Didn't I mention earlier that I pass? Maybe you did, K-Storm. But I get people confused sometimes. I'm doing my best to keep everybody straight and their names and their stories and where they're at in their journey, but I'm just a simple man. I can only keep so much in my beautiful dome. All right, we got to get some likes. I'm just staring. It's been stuck at 234 for like 20 minutes. If you have not yet hit the like button, we got to get this up to 250 likes ASAP. We are at the 4-hour mark. I'm not saying we have to hit 250 likes here in the next couple minutes, but at least can I see a little bit of a surge? Can I see some momentum in the likes? Just Fun Gaming is either a bot or a troll. So, Just Fun Gaming. Please type ABC. I think you might be a bot. You are not new here. Surely you can tell by looking on my screen if I'm making it. Okay, both. All right. Well, if you are a self-admitted troll, then I'm going to just go ahead and put you on timeout. I mean, if you admit to being a troll, then I appreciate that. So I won't ban you, but we'll put you on the 24-hour on the 24-hour timeout. 240. All right, there we go. All right, so there were some likes out there. That makes me feel better. So we'll push beyond the 4-hour mark then. Hopefully we can get this up to 250 likes. I started 2 weeks ago and got funded the 23rd. Worried I may have gotten some good hits without knowing everything I need to know. Is the course Great for beginner. Yeah. If you're asking about what I offer, so the mentorship program, I'll shoot you the link. But yes, the mentorship program assumes that you are a beginner, and then it builds from there. So even if you're not a beginner, but you're a struggling trader, then I could see the mentorship helping you out. Now, if you are a battle-hardened trader, you have your strategy, and I would say just join my private community. Please join it. I love to have traders like that. But yeah, as far as like the mentorship, battle-hardened, you know what you're doing, all that sort of stuff, probably don't need it. But yes, if you're asking about my course, actually, yes. But the mentorship and the way it's structured does start off assuming you're a beginner. And then it builds from that point. How do you join the private community? I'll send you the link here, Zach. Zach from Germany. There you go. You can join the private community through that link right there. I should note that the mentorship program does include a lifetime membership to the private community as an FYI. Going long at 4:30. I thought you were already long, Rudy. Oh, you closed your position. Gotcha. All right. I missed that one. You're in America, just in Germany. Gotcha. All right. The rollover is... Are you still short, Mark? Did you survive this little move here? Or did that poke you out? DeAndre Brown. I'm with Take Profit Trader. Also 50K test. Awesome, DeAndre. Glad you're with Take Profit Trader. I did not survive it. Bummer. All right, well, we'll see if this Smedley. Trying to get back in at 453. Ooh, looking like you got a chance. Yeah, the 5 minute has the rollover begun. Up here, leveling out. Now is the rollover going to complete? If you were short, I'm not calling you crazy at all. I see the logic. I see the logic. Sounds like the only German that Zach knows is probably beer, please. I actually just was helping somebody in the private community. They were asking about a reset. And just real quick, Take Profit Trader people, do not, I repeat, do not reset your accounts. Here is why. So before today, if you just blew up one of your accounts again before today, don't reset that account. The smarter thing to do would be to hop over here and just buy a new account. Why? Well, because with this new promotion right now, you're getting 40% off. You have the no activation fee, but now with the little twist, again, just started today, it's a flash sale, lasts a week from my understanding, but then you would also get your funds, you'd get your initial amount refunded back to you. So if you reset your account right now, you're keeping yourself locked into the previous promo that you got. But with the promo that dropped today, again, anybody Take Profit Trader, do not reset your account. Cancel that account and then just go and buy a new account and start a new one, because with the new one, Code Clay, you'll be able to, assuming you pass and get a payout, so with the 50K, they would refund that amount back to you. So quite literally, you would be at zero risk. So a little bit of a reminder there to anybody with Take Profit Trader, if you're not aware of the new deal, do not, I repeat, do not reset any accounts that you had before today. Just cancel those out. Do this new deal, because this new deal will lock you into that component of them refunding you back this amount. So you pass, and then you get to the pro account, and then with your first payout, they will include whatever you paid for your account. So with the 50K, they'd include 102 with it. So I actually, and this was a long time ago. I remember this deal because I had a deal where it was $198, but with that account I passed it, and then in my first payout, I noticed all of a sudden, that number's higher. But I was like, oh yeah, I forgot about that, and they refunded me back that amount. That account has been long roasted, so I don't have that pro account anymore. But yeah, it's actually a good deal. So, like I said, was just notice that in the private community. So yes, to anybody here, that would be, in my opinion at least, that would be the smartest way to go about take private trader accounts, is do not reset. Any accounts that you had before today, do not reset. Cancel that account, and then just go buy and start a new account, because that'll lock you in to that new deal that they're running right now. Hopefully that makes sense. I got 325K to, nice. Good job, yeah. Oh, thank you for feeding my kids, Nas. Did you ever get filled, Mark? I don't think you did. Didn't you want? Did you get filled before this continued little movement here? No? Bummer. Hey, let's get 3 more likes. Can we just get this over 250 likes? Come on now. Come on, people. Let's make it happen. Let's go. Blew that 50K. Had to, well, I'm glad that it was just a test account you blew, Sam. Shorting a quickie here. All right, so Rudy does go short. More pizza. Excellent. Jaboni, just for me. I'm not sure what's just for me. Nas, I believe that full out. I believe one day that will indeed be the case. All right, I'm wondering if I should maybe go long here. Is this, I mean, we got a nice little pullback. We got some sideways movement. The sideways movement is, all right, I need to just get rid of that line for now, I think. It is staying up above these moving averages here. Whoop, nope, whoop. I was waiting to see if it wanted to bounce at all. As of now, it did not want to bounce at all. It just down there like a warm knife through butter. Got greedy, was up 1150, didn't stop, wanted more. Been there for sure, Sam. Been there for sure, for sure. Well, on the bright side of things, at least right now you're getting the good deal. I suppose, in theory, if there was ever a time to blow your prop firms that take profit trader, now would be the time. Because even if you blow one, in a weird way, I'm not saying to do this. I'm not saying to do this. But in a weird way, you almost, any accounts you had before today, you almost want to blow them. That way, you just go in and lock in the new promotion, which is quite a bit better. Again, but I'm not saying to go and intentionally blow any accounts you got before today. I'm just saying, if there was a time to blow an account during flash sales like this, that would be the time. The new sale, from my understanding, a week starting from today, from earlier this morning. And I fully believe it's not a marketing gimmick. It is a flash sale, because the way the deal sets up, they are now opening themselves up to literally making zero revenue. Because if they are refunding you back your original purchase price, well then like there's literally zero money that they've made. So that's what makes me believe that it is truly a flash sale. Is it would be, I don't want to say a guaranteed unsustainable business move, but it would make, as a business model, very hard to sustain if they left this in play for any extended periods of time. But again, even a week, that's all. I don't know. I'm hearing a week as of today. So obviously tomorrow will be 6 days. Well, I am glad I did not go long there. That is always the power. Sometimes waiting for confirmation will bite you, but in this situation, waiting for confirmation to see if it wanted to bounce off that level, it saved me from a bad trade. Oh, okay. You cannot reset. Okay. I know. I don't think I realized that. Okay. Good to know. Good to know, Sam. All right. I might try a short here. Let's see if we can get a rejection off that area right there. Oh, the blue blinking line. Well, and I'm stopped out of that. I'm still in long. The perks of no stop loss. Hey, Rudy, all I ask, buddy, is just use code Clay. Just use code Clay, man. Whenever you're ready to reset those accounts that keep getting blown out of the water because you don't have a stop loss, please consider using code Clay, my friend. My kids will appreciate it as it pays for their food. Because, yes, code Clay does feed hungry children. All proceeds go to feed hungry children, folks, if you use code Clay. I mean, my kids. Daddy, did anybody show up today saying that they don't use stop losses? And they love when I say, oh, yeah. Oh, yes, daughter. Oh, yes, son. We had some people show up that say they don't use stop losses. And they get all excited like, yay, we're going to get to eat steak. Are they going to use code Clay, Daddy? Yay, lots of steak. I love people that don't use stop losses. Those are my kids' favorite traders. Hey, Dad, my kids don't ask about Santa Claus or the Easter Bunny or little leprechauns. They ask, hey, Clay, or hey, they don't call me Clay. They say, hey, Daddy, are there any traders that showed up that don't use stop losses? That's who my kids want to know about. And I get to say, yes, we had Rudy show up today. Now, kids, I don't know if Rudy's going to use code Clay, but I'm trying to encourage him to use code Clay so that you can have steak and lobster for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I don't know if any are interested in day trading. They're still kind of, my daughter, my oldest, who is 13, no. Trade Smart, I do. Let me grab that for you. Oh, there it is. So I'm not saying this is like the be-all, end-all Trade Smart, but this will at least kind of show you the ropes, how I have mine set up, and along the way, you'll understand kind of how to maneuver within Tradeovate as a platform and setup. So yeah, anybody that is new to Tradeovate, check out that link. I just gave it to Trade Smart. Again, I'm not saying that's how you have to set up your platform. I'm just saying that's how I have mine set up. And along the way, you'll learn kind of how to maneuver. Yeah, I would never suggest not using a stop loss unless God is on your side. Well, I don't know if God's on. So do you think God cares about day trading? So my question to you, Rudy, is if God's telling you to go long at point A, is God telling anybody to go short also at point A? Okay, let me reframe my question. We have Rudy, who cares about faith, and God is telling Rudy, who cares about faith, to go long at point B. Is God also out there telling a trader who cares about faith to also, instead of he's telling you to go long at short B, is he telling somebody else who cares about faith to go short at point B? He could do both. So then God sometimes wants somebody to lose money. So sometimes it is God's will, according to you, that you lose money. Okay. So in other words, God is not a guarantee to have success as a trader then, Rudy. Well, I don't know investing for a living. I think logic helps quite a bit in the God argument. Unless it's because remember, can we agree that the can we agree investing for a living that the backbone of logic is math? Can we start with that premise? Like that's kind of what math is. Math represents structure, and that's what logic is. Like logic is structure of reasoning. Math maps out true. I mean, can we agree there? Can we agree with that? Can we agree that math is the baseline of logic? Because right now you say, Clay, with faith, logic is not useful. That's the claim. Yes, math is the baseline of logic. Okay. Well, my contention would be this: that I think it takes way more faith to think that 0 plus 0 equals 1, which is what I don't know if that's what you believe, but some people seem to believe that nothing took nothing and like created all this sort of stuff. So they seem to believe that logically 0 plus 0 equals 1. I would be in the camp where I don't understand how that logic makes sense. How can nothing take nothing and make all of this? To me, it seems like somebody taking nothing and making all this makes a little bit more sense. Both take faith. In my mind, which takes more faith? That nothing took nothing. So in other words, mathematically, 0 plus 0 equals something, or that somebody took nothing and made everything. Again, both require faith. In my mind, I think one takes way more faith than the other one. Well, you're assuming that God would need to be created. So that's the flaw in your premise. I mean, I'm the guy that just said I think it takes more faith to think that 0 plus 0 equals something. So yeah, I'm going to take the less faith route and just try and say that somebody took nothing and made everything. Again, I concede both take faith, but I think one takes way more faith than the other, logically speaking, if we can agree that math is the baseline of logic. No, I'm using math. Okay, so you disagree with the Big Bang then, V. You would say the Big Bang is not true. You would be, from my understanding, science, the universal thing is that there is a Big Bang, like it had a beginning. I thought the steady state model was kind of gone. But maybe V, you're on team steady state going against science. Make sure to send a super chat if I get a payout. Listen, I'm not smart. For me, it all boils down to like a basic math equation. 0 plus 0 equaling something that doesn't make sense logically speaking. Nothing plus nothing equaling everything we see. Wait, what? Yeah, well, that's my point. There was something there. V, or are you arguing that 0 plus 0 equals 1? Is that what you're arguing, V? That 0 plus 0 equals 1? That there can be literally be nothing, and then that literal nothingness can take literal nothingness and then make everything? I don't know, V. That seems like a flaw of math there. Sign says you can't create or desert. The idea of nothing is so crazy when you think about it, really. Even if you take a box and remove all the objects, you still have air. That's something. Correct. That's why I boil it down to just math. Zero. Zero, as in nothing. That's what zero is. Nothing. Like if I tell you anything and my answer is zero, but there's like even 0.001%, like I just lied to you. Because that's not zero. That's 0.0001% of something. No, it doesn't apply. If you reject the premise that no, if God is eternal, then he doesn't need to come from anywhere. He's eternal by definition. That's where your problem with the universe comes into play. The Big Bang says there was a beginning. It started. Now, if the steady state model was true, well then okay, you could make the argument that the universe is also eternal. But when the Big Bang took over, well, all of a sudden that implies there was a beginning. So what started the Big Bang is my thing. How can 0 plus 0 equal Big Bang? Doesn't the Big Bang need something? Well, you can claim that, but don't claim that you follow the science, V. Don't claim to follow the science, because the science would be like, yeah, no. It used to be steady state model. It used to be eternal, but it's not anymore. So if you wanna go against what science says, that's fine. You can claim whatever you want. I'm not the one violating laws of logic. I'm not the one saying 0 plus 0 equals 1, V. But hey, if you want, your position takes way more faith than mine. Like I said, I'm just a simple man. I'm not that smart. But please, logically speaking, don't tell me that 0 plus 0 equals something. How are we feeling? Pretty good. Pretty good. I don't even know how we got on this topic. Oh, Rudy. Rudy is not using a strategy because Rudy, yeah, I'm not sure what Rudy's doing. He's using faith, but he also, it sounds like, but he doesn't know if faith is actually going to work out because God might just want him to not be a traitor. I'm not sure if I'm totally representing Rudy right, but that's how we got here. I would be, if you are a believer of God, Rudy, I'd be careful of that statement. Time does not have to come into existence if something existed eternally. In fact, the way you would say something is eternal is by using time as a measurement. Verse Ace, where you been? Man, just when I thought we've talked about everything on the live stream, we're getting all like, well, I was going to say deep and philosophical, but I don't think it's very deep. It's just basic math, 0 plus 0. All right, where are we at? Oh, man, 4 hours and 25 minutes. Well, at this point, before I head out, reminder, if you are not yet aware, Take Profit Trader, who I'm always talking about on the live stream, this morning they just released a new deal, which is an amazing deal. In the sense of you could quite literally have 0 at risk. How so? Well, first off, you'll get 40% off your account and then the no activation fee. But then they will refund you back what you paid for the test if you pass and if you get that first payout. And then at that point, they'll refund that all back. So quite literally, your all-in risk could be $0. So this is, I mean, they're not like going to put themselves out of in bankruptcy. But like this is the deal that it's a flash sale. It's not going to run forever because yeah, this is when you're offering to refund people everything back that they've given you. That can get sketchy from a business standpoint. But if you are interested and if whether you're using Take Profit already, whether you've been thinking about them and you needed something to kind of get you off the fence, like I said, this deal is great, especially in the pro account when you factor in that you do get daily payouts. And I think daily payouts is a very nice thing, especially I know from other people coming from other prop firms. It can almost feel like a scam. Wait a second. I can request money every single day I'm making it. Yes, and take profit trader, you can. So whether you're a beginner, intermediate, or advanced prop firm trader, especially if you're a beginner, start with Take Profit Trader. Very clean set of rules. A lot of other prop firms will be overwhelming with all the rules and this, that, and the other. But yeah, use code CLAY. So that is all I have. I will be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern, maybe a little earlier. So on the way out, if you don't mind, hit that like button. Be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so that you can be made aware of when I do get on live. And then also, I am doing this class tonight. Free webinar. So if you are struggling as a trader, if you're just flat out new, beginner, then check out this class. I'm confident that you'll be able to find some value in it. So like I said, link is in the chat room. Get signed up for it. So again, thank you to everybody that's been here. Thank you to everybody that's used code CLAY. Please keep using code CLAY because that helps contribute and making the live stream worth it. And as long as things are worth my time, then I have every reason to keep on doing it because not only is it fun, but it's also, well, worth my time. So using code CLAY not only gives you the good deals, but it also, like I said, helps make it worth my time. So anyways, everybody take care. Have a good one, and I'll see you back tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern time, that is, 11 a.m.